Selections from Modern Poets ******* Selections from Modern Poets made by J.C. Squire, London, Martin 2nd 1921. Index Prefatory note: no poet represented in this book was over 50 when, in 1919, I began to compile it. The eldest of them all was born in 1870. Many good and some great living poets are therefore missing from its pages. Nothing is here by Mr. Hardy or Mr. Bridges, by Mr. E. Houseman, Mr. Yeats, Mr. Bunyan, Mr. Hewlett, Mr. Herbert Trench, Mr. Gosse, Mr. Austin Dobson, Mr. Doughty, Mr. Kipling, Sir Henry Newbolt, Mrs. Meynell, Mrs. Woods, Mr. Wilfrid Blunt, and others whose names must appear in any comprehensive anthology from living poets. The date, 1870, was arbitrarily chosen, so would any other date have been. But some date I had to fix, for my object was to illustrate what many of us think an exceptional recent flowering. I do not propose to analyze the tendencies, in idea and in method, exhibited in the poems here collected. These things are always better seen at a distance, and anyhow the materials are here for the production of an analysis by the reader himself, if he is eager for one. But I will express one opinion, and call attention to one phenomenon. The opinion is that the majority of the poems in this book have merit and that many more could have been printed without lowering the standard. And the phenomenon is the simultaneous appearance, the result of underlying currents of thought and feeling, of a very large number of poets who write only or mainly in lyrical forms. Several living poets of the highest repute have won their reputation solely on short poems, and there are, and have been, a very large number indeed who have written one or two good poems. The better production of our generation has been mainly lyrical and it has been widely diffused. Where is the ambitious work on a large scale? Where is the 20th century poet who is fulfilling the usual functions of the greatest poets, to display human life in all its range and variety, or to exercise a clear and powerful influence on the thought of mankind with regard to the main problems of our existence? These questions are asked. Possibly Echo may give its traditional and ironic answer. There are several observations, however, which should be made. One is that the great doctrinal poets have not always become widely recognized as such in their own prime, their general vogue being posthumous. Another is that we cannot possibly tell what a poet now living and young may or may not do before he dies. But though I have my own views on this subject, I do not think that the age, even if admitted to be purely lyrical, stands in need of defense. It is of no use asking a poetical renaissance to conform to type, for there isn't any type. There are marked differences in the features of all those English poetical movements which have chiefly contributed to the body of our immortal poetry. In the Elizabethan age we had the greatest diversity of production, a multitude of great and small men, with much genius, or but a spark of it blown to life by the favourable wind, produced works in every form and on every scale. The age of Herbert and Vaughan, of Crashaw, Herrick, Marvell, Carew, Suckling, Lovelace, Corbett, Habington, is memorable almost solely for its lyrical work. The era of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, and Keats was an age during which a vast amount of great poetry was written by a few great poets. There was very little healthy undergrowth. Should our literary age be remembered by posterity solely as an age during which 50 men had written lyrics of some durability for their truth and beauty, it would not be remembered with contempt. It is in that conviction that I have compiled this anthology. It is irritating to feel that even within its own limits it does not appear to myself, not to mention others, as good or as nearly representative as it might have been. Permission could not be obtained to print Mr. Masefield's biography and his August 1914, which I personally happen to prefer to any of his shorter works. Since the time in 1919 to 20 when I was compiling the book, 2 volumes have come out from which I should like to have made large selections: Edmund Blunden's The Wagoner and the late Wilfred Owen's poems. Each of these poets is inadequately represented here, and a few things by others, who do not appear here at all, came to my notice when it was too late to put them in. I have to thank the living poets from whose works I have drawn for permitting me to use everything I wanted. I am grateful to Mrs. Brooke and Rupert Brooke's literary executor, Mr. Edward Marsh, whose Georgian collections have been a great stimulus and help to me, for permission to use a selection from Brooke, to Mrs. J. E. Flecker for poems by her husband, to Lady Desborough for the poems by her son, Julian Grenfell, to Lord Dunsany for the poems by Francis Ledwidge, to Mrs. Thomas MacDonough and Mrs. Joseph Plunkett for the poems by their husbands, to Mrs. Owen for her son Wilfred Owen's Strange Meeting, to Professor W. R. Sawley for the poems by his son, Charles Sawley, to Lady Glenconner for those by her son, Edward Wyndham Tennant, to Mrs. Edward Thomas for the poems, published too late for him ever to know how people would admire them, by Edward Thomas. Finally, almost every publisher in the kingdom has assisted the book with permission to reprint copyright poems. The full list of publishers and works is as follows: Messrs. Bell, Edward L. Davison, Poems, Blackwell, E. Wyndham Tennant, Worple Flit, Burns Oates and Washburn, G. K. Chesterton, Poems, Cambridge University Press, C. H. Sawley, Marlborough and Other Poems, Chatto and Windus, Robert Nichols, Ardours and Endurances, Aurelia, Wilfred Owen, Poems, Collins, F. Brett Young, Poems, Constable, Gordon Bottomley, Annual of New Poetry, 1917, W. de la Mare, Collected Poems, Dent, G.K. Chesterton, The Wild Knight, Duckworth, H. Belloc, Poems, D. H. Lawrence, Love Poems, Sturgemore, Collected Poems, Fifield, W. H. Davies, Collected Poems, Heifer, A. Y. Campbell, Poems, Heinemann, Robert Graves, Fairies and Fusiliers, John Masefield, Lollingdon Downs, Siegfried Sassoon, The Old Huntsman, Counter-Attack, War Poems, Herbert Jenkins, Francis Ledwidge, Poems, Lane, Lascelles Abercrombie, Emblems of Love, Macmillan, Ralph Hodgson, Poems, James Stevens, Songs from the Clay. Elkin Matthews, Gordon Bottomley, Chambers of Imagery, James Joyce, Chamber Music, Sturge Moore, The Vinedresser, Maunsell and Roberts, Padraic Column, Poems, Seumas O'Sullivan, The Twilight People, Joseph Plunkett, Poems, Methuen, G. K. Chesterton, The Ballad of the White Horse, W. H. Davies, The Bird of Paradise, Ira Williams, Poems, Palmer, Francis Burroughs, The Green Knight, Poetry Bookshop, Francis Cornford, Poems, Harold Monroe, Children of Love, Strange Meetings, Seeker, Martin Armstrong, The Buzzards, Maurice Baring, Poems 1914–1919, J. E. Flecker, Collected Poems, Robert Graves, Country Sentiment, Edward Shanks, The Queen of China, Selwyn and Blount, Robin Flower, Hymensia, John Freeman, Poems New and Old, Edward Thomas, Collected Poems, Sidgwick and Jackson, Edmund Blunden, The Wagoner, Rupert Brooke, Collected Poems, John Drinkwater, Alton Pools, R. C. K. Enzer, Odes, Ivor Gurney, Seven and Somme, R. Macaulay, The Two Blind Countries, W. J. Turner, The Hunter, The Dark Fire, Talbot Press and Fisher Unwin, T. McDonough, Poems, J. C. Squire. Lascelles Abercrombie Marriage Song. Come up, dear chosen morning, come, blessing the air with light, and bid the sky repent of being dark, let all the spaces round the world be white, and give the earth her green again. Into new hours of beautiful delight, out of the shadow where she has lain, bring the earth awake for glee, shining with dews as fresh and clear as my beloved's voice upon the air. For now, O morning chosen of all days, on thee a wondrous duty lies. There was an evening that did loveliness foretell, thence upon thee, O chosen morn, it fell to fashion into perfect destiny the radiant prophecy. For in an evening of young moon, that went filling the moist air with a rosy fire, I and my beloved knew our love, and knew that thou, O morning, wouldst arise to give us knowledge of achieved desire. For, standing stricken with astonishment, half terrified in the delight, even as the moon did into clear air move and made a golden light, lo there, crouched up against it, a dark hill, a monstrous back of earth, a spine of hunched rock, furred with great growth of pine, lay like a beast, snout in its paws, asleep, yet in its sleeping seemed it miserable, as though strong fear must always keep hold of its heart, and drive its blood in dream. Yet, for to our new love, did it not seem, that dark and quiet length of hill, the sleeping grief of the world, out of it we had like imaginations stepped to be beauty and golden wonder, and for the lovely fear of coming perfect joy, had changed the terror that dreamt their eye, and now the golden moon had turned to shining white, white as our souls that burned with vision of our prophecy assured. Suddenly white was the moon, but she at once did on a woven modesty of cloud, and soon went in obscured. And we were dark, and vanished that strange hill. But yet it was not long before there opened in the sky a narrow door, made with pearl lintel and pearl sill, and the earth's night seemed depressing there, all as a beggar on some festival would peer, to gaze into a room of light beyond, the hidden silver splendor of the moon. Yea, and we also, we long gazed wistfully towards thee, O morning, come at last, and towards the light that thou wilt pour upon us soon. To O soul who still art strange to sense, who often against beauty wouldst complain, doubting between joy and pain if like the startling touch of something keen against thee, it hath been to follow from an upland height the swift sun-hunting rain across the April meadows of a plain, until the fields would flash into the air their joyous green, like emeralds alight, or when in the blue of night's mid-noon the burning naked moon draws to a brink of cloudy weather near, a breadth of snow, firm and soft as a wing, stretched out over a wind that gently goes. Through the white sleep of snowy cloud there grows an azure-bordered shining ring, the gleaming dream of the approaching joy of her. What now wilt thou do, soul? What now, if with such things as these troubled thou wert? How wilt thou now endure, or how not now be strangely hurt, when utter beauty must come closer to thee than even anger or fear could be? When thou, like metal in a kiln, must lie seized by beauty's mightily able flame, enjoyed by beauty as by the ruthless glee of an unescapable power, obeying beauty as air obeys a cry, yet, one thing made of beauty and thee, as steel and a white heat are made the same. Ah, but I know how this infirmity will fail and be not, no, not memory, when I begin the marvelous hour. This only is my heart's strained eagerness, long waiting for its bliss. But from those other fears, from those that keep to love so close, from fears that are the shadow of delight, hide me, O joys, make them unknown tonight. 3. Thou bright God that in dream earnest to me last night, thou with the flesh made of a golden light, knew I not thee, thee and thy heart, knew I not well, God, who thou wert? Yea, and my soul divinely understood the light that was beneath thee aground, the golden light that covered thee round, turning my sleep to a fiery morn, was as a heavenly oath there sworn, promising me an immortal good. Well I knew thee, God of marriages, thee and thy flame. Ah, but wherefore beside thee came that fearful sight of another mood? Why in thy light, to thy hand chained, towards me its bondage terribly strained, why came with thee that dreadful hound, the wild hound Fear, black, ravenous, and gaunt? Why him with thee should thy dear light surround? Why broughtest thou that beast to haunt the blissful footsteps of my golden dream, all shadowy black the body dread, all frenzied fire the head, the hunger of its mouth a hollow crimson flame, the hatred in its eyes a blaze fierce and green, stabbing the ruddy glaze, and sharp white jetting fire the teeth snarled at me, and white the dribbling rage of froth, a throat that gaped to bay and paws working violently, yet soundless all as a winging moth, tugging towards me, famishing for my heart. Even while thou, O golden God, wert still looking the beautiful kindness of thy will into my soul, even then must I be, with thy bright promise looking at me, then bitterly of that hound afraid. Darkness, I know, attendeth bright, and light comes not but shadow comes, and heart must know, if it know thy light, thy wild hound Fear, the shadow of love's delight. Yea, is it thus? Are we so made of death and darkness, that even thou, O golden God of the joys of love, thy mind to us canst only prove, the glorious devices of thy mind, by so revealing how thy journeying here through this mortality, doth closely bind thy brightness to the shadow of dreadful fear. Ah no, it shall not be. Thy joyous light shall hide me from the hunger of fear tonight. For wonderfully to live I now begin. So that the darkness which accompanies our being here, is fastened up within the power of light that holdeth me, and from these shining chains, to see my joy with bold misliking eyes, the shrouded figure will not dare arise. For henceforth, from tonight, I am wholly gone into the bright safety of the beauty of love, not only all my waking vigors plied under the searching glory of love, but knowing myself with love all satisfied even when my life is hidden in sleep, as high clouds, to themselves that keep the moon's white company, are all possessed silverly with the presence of their guest, or as a darkened room that hath within it roses, whence the air and quietness are taken everywhere deliciously by sweet perfume. Epilogue. What shall we do for love these days? How shall we make an altar blaze to smite the horny eyes of men with the renown of our heaven, and to the unbelievers prove our service to our dear God, love? What torches shall we lift above the crowd that pushes through the mire, to amaze the dark heads with strange fire? I should think I were much to blame, if never I held some fragrant flame above the noises of the world, and openly mid men's hurrying stairs, worshipped before the sacred fears that are like flashing curtains furled across the presence of our Lord Love. Nay, would that I could fill the gaze of the whole earth with some great praise made in a marvel for men's eyes, some tower of glittering masonries, therein such a spirit flourishing men should see what my heart can sing, all that love hath done to me built into stone, a visible glee, marble carried to gleaming height as moved aloft by inward delight, not as with toil of chisels hewn, but seeming poised in a mighty tune. For of all those who have been known to lodge with our kind host, the sun, I envy one for just one thing. In Cordova of the Moors there dwelt a passion-minded king, who set great bands of marble hewers to fashion his heart's thanksgiving in a tall palace, shapen so all the wondering world might know the joy he had of his Moorish lass. His love, that brighter and larger was than the starry places, into firm stone he sent, as if the stone were glass-fired and into beauty blown. Solemn and invented gravely in its bulk the fabric stood, even as love, that trusteth bravely in its own exceeding good to be better than the waste of time's devices, grandly spaced, seriously the fabric stood. But over it all a pleasure went of carven delicate ornament, wreathing up like ravishment, mentioning in sculptures twined the blitheness loveth in his mind, and like delighted senses were the windows, and the columns there made the following sight to ache as the heart that did them make. Well I can see that shining song flowering there, the upward throng of porches, pillars and windowed walls, spires like piercing panpipe calls, up to the roof's snow cloud flight, all glancing in the Spanish light white as water of Arctic tides, save an amber dazzle on sunny sides. You had said, the radiant sheen of that palace might have been a young god's fantasy, ere he came his serious worlds and suns to frame, such an immortal passion quivered among the slim-hewn stone. And in the nights it seemed a jar cut in the substance of a star, wherein a wine, that will be poured some time for feasting heaven, was stored. But within this fretted shell, the wonder of love made visible, the king a private gentle mood there placed, of pleasant quietude. For right amidst there was a court, where always musked silences listened to water and to trees, and herbage of all fragrant sort, lavender, lad's love, rosemary, basil, tansy, centauri, was the grass of that orchard, hid love's amazements all amid. Jarring the air with rumour cool, small fountains played into a pool with sound as soft as the barley's hiss when its beard just sprouting is, whence a young stream, that trod on moss, prettily rimpled the court across. And in the pool's clear idleness, moving like dreams through happiness, shoals of small bright fishes were, in and out weed thickets bent perch and carp, and sauntering went with mounching jaws and eyes a stare, or on a lotus leaf would crawl, a brinded loach to bask and sprawl, tasting the warm sun ere it dipped into the water, but quick as fear back his shining brown head slipped to crouch on the gravel of his lair, where the cooled sunbeams broke in wrack, spilled shattered gold about his back. So within that green-veiled air, within that white-walled quiet, where innocent water thought aloud, childish prattle that must make the wise sunlight with laughter shake on the leafage overbode, often the king and his love-lass let the delicious hours pass. All the outer world could see graved and sawn amazingly their love's delighted riot eyes, fixed in marble for all men's eyes, but only these twain could abide in the cool peace that with inside thrilling desire and passion dwelt. They only knew the still meaning spelt by love's flaming script, which is God's word written in ecstasies. And where is now that palace gone, all the magical skilled stone, all the dreaming towers wrought by love as if no more than thought the unresisting marble was? How could such a wonder pass? Ah, it was but built in vain against the stupid horns of Rome, that pushed down into the common loam the loveliness that shone in Spain. But we have raised it up again. A loftier palace, fairer far, is ours, and one that fears no war. Safe in marvelous walls we are, wondering scents like builded fires, high amazement of desires, delight and certainty of love, closing around, roofing above our unapproached and perfect hour within the splendors of love's power. Martin Armstrong the buzzards when evening came and the warm glow grew deeper, and every tree that bordered the green meadows and in the yellow cornfields every reaper and every corn shock stood above their shadows flung eastward from their feet in longer measure. Serenely far there swam in the sunny height a buzzard and his mate who took their pleasure swirling and poising idly in golden light. On great pied motionless moth wings borne along, so effortless and so strong, cutting each other's paths together they glided, then wheeled asunder till they soared divided two valleys' width, as though it were delight to part like this, being sure they could unite so swiftly in their empty, free dominion, curved headlong downward, towered up the sunny steep, then, with a sudden lift of the one great pinion, swung proudly to a curve, and from its height took half a mile of sunlight in one long sweep. And we, so small on the swift immense hillside, stood tranced, until our souls arose uplifted on those far-sweeping, wide, strong curves of flight, swayed up and hugely drifted, were washed, made strong and beautiful in the tide of sun-bathed air. But far beneath, beholden through shining deeps of air, the fields were golden and rosy, burned the heather where cornfields ended. And still those buzzards whirled, while light withdrew out of the vales and to surging slopes ascended, till the loftiest flaming summit died to blue. Maurice Baring de Fugia Nives, 1917 to JCS. The snows have fled, the hail, the lashing rain, before the spring. The grass is starred with buttercups again, the blackbirds sing. Now spreads the month that feast of lovely things we loved of old. Once more the swallow glides with darkling wings against the gold. Now the brown bees about the peach trees boom upon the walls, and far away beyond the orchard's bloom the cuckoo calls. The season holds a festival of light for you, for me, but shadows are abroad, there falls a blight on each green tree. And every leaf unfolding, every flower brings bitter mead, beauty of the morning and the evening hour quickens our need. All is reborn, but never any spring can bring back this, nor any fullness of midsummer bring the voice we miss. The smiling eyes shall smile on us no more, the laughter clear, too far away on the forbidden shore, we shall not hear. Bereft of these until the day we die, we both must dwell, alone, alone, and haunted by the cry, hail and farewell. Yet when the scythe of death shall near us hiss, through the cold air, then on the shuddering marge of the abyss they will be there. They will be there to lift us from sheer space and empty night, and we shall turn and see them face to face in the new light. So shall we pay the unabated price of their release, and found on our consenting sacrifice their lasting peace. The hopes that fall like leaves before the wind, the baffling waste, and every earthly joy that leaves behind a mortal taste. The uncompleted end of all things dear, the clanging door of death, forever loud with the last fear, haunt them no more. Without them the awakening world is dark with dust and mire, yet as they went they flung to us a spark, a thread of fire, to guide us while beneath the somber skies faltering we tread, until for us like morning stars shall rise the deathless dead. Julian Grenfell, because of you we will be glad and gay, remembering you, we will be brave and strong, and hail the advent of each dangerous day, and meet the last adventure with a song. And, as you proudly gave your jeweled gift, we'll give our lesser offering with a smile, nor falter on that path where, all too swift, you led the way and leapt the golden stile. Whether new paths, new heights to climb you find, or gallop through the unfooted asphodel, we know you know we shall not lag behind, nor halt to waste a moment on a fear, and you will speed us onward with a cheer, and wave beyond the stars that all is well. Pierre, I saw you starting for another war, the emblem of adventure and of youth, so that men trembled, saying, he forsooth has gone, and shall return no more. And then out there, they told me you were dead, taken and killed. How was it that I knew, whatever else was true, that was not true? And then I saw you pale upon your bed, scarcely a year ago, when you were sent back from the margin of the dim abyss, for death had sealed you with a warning kiss, and let you go to meet a nobler fate, to serve in fellowship, O fortunate, to die in battle with your regiment. Hilaire Belloc, the South Country. When I am living in the Midlands that are sodden and unkind, I light my lamp in the evening, my work is left behind, and the great hills of the South Country come back into my mind. The great hills of the South Country, they stand along the sea, and it's there walking in the high woods that I could wish to be, and the men that were boys when I was a boy walking along with me. The men that live in North England, I saw them for a day, their hearts are set upon the waste fells, their skies are fast and grey, from their castle walls a man may see the mountains far away. The men that live in West England, they see the Severn strong, rolling on rough water, brown light aspen leaves along. They have the secret of the rocks, and the oldest kind of song. But the men that live in the South Country are the kindest and most wise, they get their laughter from the loud surf, and the faith in their happy eyes comes surely from our sister the spring, when over the sea she flies. The violets suddenly bloom at her feet, she blesses us with surprise. I never get between the pines but I smell the Sussex air, nor I never come on a belt of sand but my home is there. And along the sky the line of the downs so noble and so bare. A lost thing could I never find, nor a broken thing mend, and I fear I shall be all alone when I get towards the end. Who will there be to comfort me, or who will be my friend? I will gather and carefully make my friends of the men of the Sussex Weald, they watch the stars from silent folds, they stiffly plough the field. By them and the God of the South Country my poor soul shall be healed. If I ever become a rich man, if ever I grow to be old, I will build a house with deep thatch to shelter me from the cold, and there shall the Sussex songs be sung and the story of Sussex told. I will hold my house in the high wood within a walk of the sea, and the men that were boys when I was a boy shall sit and drink with me. The night, most holy night, that still dost keep the keys of all the doors of sleep, to me when my tired eyelids close give thou repose. And let the far lament of them that chant the dead day's requiem make in my ears, who wakeful lie, soft lullaby. Let them that gnaw the horned moth by my bedside their memories clothe. So shall I have new dreams and blessed in my brief rest. Fold your great wings about my face, hide dawning from my resting place, and cheat me with your false delight, most holy night. Song inviting the influence of a young lady upon the opening year. You wear the morning like your dress and all with mastery crowned, when as you walk your loveliness goes shining all around. Upon your secret, smiling way such new contents were found, the dancing loves made holiday on that delightful ground. To then summon April 4th, and send commandment through the flowers, about our woods your grace extend a queen of careless hours. For not Vera veiled in vain, nor Diana's sacred ring, with all her royal nymphs in train could so lead on the spring. The false heart I said to heart, how goes it? Heart replied, right as a Ribston pippin. But it lied. Hanacre Mill, 1913. Sally is gone that was so kindly, Sally is gone from Hanacre Hill, and the briar grows ever since then so blindly, and ever since then the clapper is still. And the sweeps have fallen from Hanacre Mill. Hanacre Hill is in desolation, ruin a top and a field unploughed. And spirits that call on a falling nation, spirits that loved her calling aloud, spirits abroad in a windy cloud. Spirits that call and no one answers, Hanacre's down and England's done. Wind and thistle for pipe and dancers, and never a ploughman under the sun, never a ploughman, never a one. Tarantella, do you remember an inn, Miranda? Do you remember an inn? And the tedding and the spreading of the straw for a bedding, and the fleas that tease in the high Pyrenees, and the wine that tasted of the tar, and the cheers and the jeers of the young muleteers, under the dark of the vine veranda. Do you remember an inn, Miranda? Do you remember an inn? And the cheers and the jeers of the young muleteers who hadn't got a penny, and who weren't paying any, and the hammer at the doors and the din, and the hip, hop, hap, of the clap of the hands to the twirl and the swirl of the girl gone chancing, glancing, dancing, backing and advancing, snapping of the clapper to the spin out and in, and the ting, tong, tang of the guitar. Do you remember an inn, Miranda? Do you remember an inn? Nevermore, Miranda, nevermore. Only the high peaks hoar, and Aragon a torrent at the door. No sound in the walls of the halls where falls the tread of the feet of the dead to the ground. No sound, only the boom of the far waterfall like doom. On a dead hostess of this bad world the loveliest and the best has smiled, and said good night, and gone to rest. Edmund Blunden almswomen at Quincy's moat the squandering village ends, and there in the almshouse dwell the dearest friends of all the village, two old dames that cling as close as any true loves in the spring. Long, long ago they passed 70, and in this doll's house lived together then, all things they have in common being so poor, and their one fear, death's shadow at the door. Each sundown makes them mournful, each sunrise brings back the brightness in their failing eyes. How happy go the rich fair weather days when on the roadside folk stare in amaze at such a honeycomb of fruit and flowers as mellows round their threshold, what long hours they gloat upon their steepling hollyhocks, bees' balsams, feathery southernwood and stocks, fiery dragon's mouths, great mallow leaves for salves, and lemon plants in bushy sheaves. Shaggy saws hands with 5 green fingertips. Such old sweet names are ever on their lips. As pleased as little children where these grow in cobbled pattens and worn gowns they go, proud of their wisdom when on gooseberry shoots they stuck egg-shells to fright from coming fruits the brisk-billed rascals, waiting still to see their neighbor owls saunter from tree to tree or in the hushing half-light mouse the lane long-winged and lordly. But when those hours wane indoors they ponder, scared by the harsh storm whose pelting Saracens on the windows swarm, and listen for the mail to clatter past and church clocks deep bay withering on the blast. They feed the fire that flings a freakish light on pictured kings and queens grotesquely bright, platters and pitchers, faded calendars, and graceful hourglass trim with lavenders. Many a time they kiss and cry, and pray both may be summoned in the self-same day, and Wiseman linnet tinkling in his cage and too with them the friendship of old age, and all together leave their treasured room some bell-like evening when the May's in bloom. Gleaning along the balk the grasses drenched in dew soak through the morning gleaners' clumsy shoes, and cloying cobwebs trammel their brown cheeks while from the shouldering sun the dew fog reeks. Then soon begun, on ground where yesterday the rakers warning sheaf forbade their way. Hard-clucking dames in great white hoods make haste to cram their lap-bags with the bully waste, scrambling as if 1,000 were but one, careless of stabbing thistles. Now the sun gulps up the dew and dries the stubs, and scores of tiny people trundle out of doors among the stiff stalks, where the scratched hands red ants and blackamoors and such as fly, toon-bellied, too, with legs a finger long, the spider harvestman, the churlish, strong black scorpion, prickled earwig, and that mite who shuts up like a leaden shot in fright and lies for dead. And still before the rout the young rats and the field mice whisk about, and from the trod whisp out the leveret darts bawled at by boys that pass with blundering carts top-heavy to the red-tiled barns. And still the children feed their corn sacks with goodwill, and farm wives ever faster stoop and flounce. The hawk drops down a plummet's speed to pounce the nibbling mouse or resting lark away, the lost mole tries to pierce the mattocked clay in agony and terror of the sun. The dinner hour and its grudged leisure won, all sit below the pollards on the dikes, rasped with the twinge of creeping barley spikes. Sweet beyond telling now the small beer goes from the hooped hardwood bottles, the wasp knows, and even hornets whiz from the eaten ash, then crusts are dropped and switches snatched to slash, while, safe in shadow of the apron thrown aside the bush which years before was grown to snap the poacher's nets, the baby sleeps. Now toil returns, in red-hot fluttering light, and far afield the weary rabble creeps, oft clutching blind wheat black among the white, that smutches where it touches quick as soot, oft gaping where the landrail seems afoot, who with such magic throws his baffling speech, far off he sounds when scarce beyond arm's reach. Mongrels are left to mind the morning's gain, but squinting knaves can slouch to steal the grain. Now close the farm the fields are gleaned again, where the boy droves the turkey and white hen to pick the shelled sweet corn. Their hue and cry answers the gleaner's gabble, and sows trudge with little pigs to play and rootle there, and all the fields are full of din and blare. So steals the time past, so they glean and gloat, the hobber horses whoo, the moth's dust coat blends with the stubble, scarlet soldiers fly in airy pleasure, but the gleaner's eye sees little but their spoil, or robin flower ever on tenter-hooks to shun the shower, their weather prophet never known astray, when he folds up, then toward the hedge glean they. But now the dragon of the sky droops, pales, and wandering in the wet grey western vales, stumbles, and passes, and the gleaning's done. The farmer, with fat hairs slung on his gun, gives folk good night as down the ruts they pull the creaking two-wheeled hand carts bursting full, and whimpering children cease their teasing squalls, while left alone the supping partridge calls, till all at home is stacked from mischief's way to thrash and dress the first wild, windy day, and each good wife crowns weariness with pride, with such small riches more than satisfied. Gordon Bottomley the ploughman under the long fell's stony eaves, the ploughman, going up and down, ridge after ridge man's tide mark leaves, and turns the hard grey soil to brown. Striding, he measures out the earth in lines of life, to rain and sun, and every year that comes to birth sees him still striding on and on. The seasons change, and then return, yet still, in blind, unsparing ways, However I may shrink or yearn, the ploughman measures out my days. His acre brought forth roots last year, this year it bears the gloomy grain, next spring shall seedling grass appear, then roots and corn and grass again. 5 times the young corn's pallid green I have seen spread and change and thrill, 5 times the reapers I have seen go creeping up the far-off hill, and, as the unknowing ploughman climbs slowly and inveterately, I wonder long how many times the corn will spring again for me. Babel, the gate of the God-lost towers impend, copeless primeval props of the new threatening sky, and first rude digits of awe remonstrance and uneasy power thrust out by man when speech sank back in his throat. Then had the last rocks ended bubbling up and rhythms of change within the heart begun by a blind need that would make springs and winters. Pylons and monoliths went on by ages, Mycenae and great Zimbabwe came about, cowed hearts in this conceived a pyramid that leaned to hold itself upright, a thing foredoomed to limits, death and an easy apex. Then postulants for the stars' previous wisdom standing on Carthage must get nearer still, while in Chaldea an altitude of God being mooted, and a saurian unearthed upon a mountain stirring a surmise of floods and alterations of the sea, a round-walled tower must rise upon Snarry temple and escape to God the ascertained. These are decayed like time's teeth in his mouth, black cavities and gaps, yet earth is darkened by their deep sunken and unfounded shadows and memories of man's earliest theme of towers. Space, the old source of time, should be undone, eternity defined, by men who trusted another tier would equal them with God. A city of grimed brick kilns, squat truncations, hunched like spread toads yet high beneath their circles of low-packed smoke, assemblages of thunder that glowed upon their undersides by night and lit like storm small shadowless workmen's toil. Meaningless stumps, unturned bare roots, remained in fields of mashy mud and trampled leaves, while, if a horse died hauling, plasterers knelt on a plank to clip its sweaty coat. A builder leans across the last wide courses, his unadjustable unreaching eyes fail under him before his glances sink on the clouds' upper layers of sooty curls where some long lightning goes like swallow downward, but at the wider gallery next below recognize master masons with pricked parchments. That builder then, as one who condescends unto the sea and all that is beneath him, his hairy breast on the wet mortar calls how many fathoms is it yet to heaven. On the next eminence the augulous King Nimrod stands up conceiving he shall live to conquer God, now that he knows where God is, his eager hands push up the tower in thought. Again, his shaggy inhuman height strides down among the carpenters because he has seen one shape an eagle woman on a doorpost, he drives his spear beam through him for wasted day. Little men hurrying, running here and there, within the dark and stifling walls, dissent from every sound, and shoulder empty hods. The God's great altar should stand in the crypt among our earth's foundations. The God's great altar must be the last far coping of our work. It should inaugurate the broad main stair, or end it. It must stand toward the east. But here a grave contemptuous youth cries out, womanish babblers, how can we build God's altar ere we divine its foreordained true shape? Then one it is a pedestal for deeds, 'tis more and should be hewn like the king's brow, It has the nature of a woman's bosom. The tortoise, first created, signifies it. A blind and rudimentary navel shows the source of worship better than horned moons. Then a lean giant is not a calyx needful. Because round grapes on statues well expressed become the nadir of incense, nodal lamps, yet apes have hands that but and carved red crystals, birds molten, touchly tail veins bronze buds crumble ablid obliganis rade hagiol. Words said too often seemed such ancient sounds that men forget them or were lost in them. The guttural glottiscasms of language reached a rhythm, a gasp, were curves of immortal thought. Man with his bricks was building yet, where dawn and midnight mingled and woke no birds, in the last courses, building past his knowledge a wall that swung, for towers can have no tops, no chord can meet the universal segment. Earth has no basis. Yet the yielding sky, invincible vacancy, was there discovered, though piled up bricks should pulp the sappy balks, weight generate a secrecy of heat, cankerous charring, crevices fronds of flame. The end of the world the snow had fallen many nights and days, the sky was come upon the earth at last. Sifting thinly down as endlessly as though within the system of blind planets something had been forgot or overdriven. The dawn now seemed neglected in the grey where mountains were unbuilt and shadowless trees rootlessly paused or hung upon the air. There was no wind, but now and then a sigh crossed that dry falling dust and rifted it through crevices of slate and door and casement. Perhaps the new moon's time was even past. Outside, the first white twilights were too void until a sheep called once, as to a lamb, and tenderness crept everywhere from it, but now the flock must have strayed far away. The lights across the valley must be veiled, the smoke lost in the greyness or the dusk. For more than 3 days now the snow had thatched that cow-house roof where it had ever melted with yellow stains from the beast's breath inside, but yet a dog howled there, though not quite lately. Someone passed down the valley swift and singing, yes, with locks spreaded like a son of morning, but if he seemed too tall to be a man it was that men had been so long unseen, or shapes loom larger through a moving snow. And he was gone and food had not been given him. When snow slid from an overweight leaf shaking the tree, it might have been a bird slipping in sleep or shelter, whirring wings. Yet never bird fell out, save once a dead one, and in 2 days the snow had covered it. The dog had howled again, or thus it seemed until a lean fox passed and cried no more. All was so safe indoors where life went on, glad of the close enfolding snow, oh glad to be so safe and secret at its heart, watching the strangeness of familiar things. They knew not what dim hours went for while they slept the clock stopped newly wound as the cold hardened. Once they watched the road, thinking to be remembered. Once they doubted if they had kept the sequence of the days, because they heard not any sound of bells. A butterfly, that hid until the spring under a ceiling's shadow, dropped, was dead. The coldness seemed more nigh, the coldness deepened as a sound deepens into silences, it was of earth and came not by the air, the earth was cooling and drew down the sky. The air was crumbling. There was no more sky. rails of a broken bed charred in the grate, and when he touched the bars he thought the sting came from their heat, he could not feel such cold. She said, "Oh, do not sleep, heart, heart of mine, keep near me. No, no, sleep. I will not lift his fallen, quiet eyelids, although I know he would awaken then. He closed them thus but now of his own will. He can stay with me while I do not lift them." Atlantis. What poets sang in Atlantis? Who can tell the epics of Atlantis or their names? The seeth its own murmurs, and sounds not the secrets of its silences beneath, and knows not any cadences enfolded when the last bubbles of Atlantis broke among the quieting of its heaving floor. Oh, years and tides and leagues and all their billows can alter not man's knowledge of men's hearts. While trees and rocks and clouds include our being, we know the epics of Atlantis still. A hero gave himself to lesser men, who first misunderstood and murdered him, and then misunderstood and worshipped him. A woman was lovely and men fought for her, towns burnt for her, and men put men in bondage, but she put lengthier bondage on them all. A wanderer toiled among all the isles that fleck this turning star or shifting sea, or lonely purgatories of the mind, in longing for his home or his lost love. Poetry is founded on the hearts of men, though in nirvana or the heavenly courts the principle of beauty shall persist. Its body of poetry, as the body of man, is but a terrene form, a terrene use, that swifter being will not loiter with, and, when mankind is dead and the world cold, poetry's immortality will pass. New Year's Eve, 1913. Oh, Cartmel bells ring soft tonight, and Cartmel bells ring clear, but I lie far away tonight, listening with my dear, listening in a frosty land where all the bells are still and the small windowed bell towers stand dark under heath and hill. I thought that, with each dying year, as long as life should last, the bells of Cartmel I should hear ring out an aged past. The plunging, mingling sounds increase darkness's depth and height. The hollow valley gains more peace and ancientness tonight. The loveliness, the fruitfulness, the power of life lived there return, revive, more closely press upon that midnight air. But many deaths have place in men before they come to die. Joys must be used and spent, and then abandoned and passed by. Earth is not ours. No cherished space can hold us from life's flow, that bears us thither and thence by ways we knew not we should go. Oh, Cartmel bells ring loud, ring clear, through midnight deep and hoar, a year new born, and I shall hear the Cartmel bells no more. To iron founders and others, when you destroy a blade of grass you poison England at her roots. Remember, no man's foot can pass wherevermore no green life shoots. You force the birds to wing too high where your unnatural vapors creep. Surely the living rocks shall die when birds no rightful distance keep. You have brought down the firmament and yet no heaven is more near. You shape huge deeds without event, and half-made men believe and fear. Your worship is your furnaces, which, like old idols, lost obscenes, have molten bowels. Your vision is machines for making more machines. Oh, you are buried in the night, preparing destinies of rust. Iron misused must turn to blight and dwindle to a tettered crust. The grass, forerunner of life, has gone. but plants that spring in ruins and shards attend until your dream is done. I have seen hemlock in your yards. The generations of the worm know not your loads piled on their soil. Their knotted ganglions shall wax firm till your strong flagstones heave and toil. When the old hollowed earth is cracked, and when, to grasp more power and feasts, its ores are emptied, wasted, lacked, the middens of your burning beasts shall be raked over till they yield last priceless slags for fashionings high, ploughs to make grass in every field, chisels men's hands to magnify. Rupert Brooke, born 1887, died at Lemos, 1915. Sonetto. Death will find me, long before I tire of watching you, and swing me suddenly into the shade and loneliness and mire of the last land. There, waiting patiently, one day, I think, I'll feel a cool wind blowing, see a slow light across the Stygian tide, and hear the dead about me stir, unknowing, and tremble. And I shall know that you have died. And watch you, a broad-browed and smiling dream, pass, light as ever, through the lightless host, quietly ponder, start, and sway, and gleam, most individual and bewildering ghost, and turn, and toss your brown delightful head amusedly, among the ancient dead. The soldier, if I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England. There shall be in that rich earth a richer dust concealed, a dust whom England bore, shaped, made aware, gave, once, her flowers to love, her ways to roam, a body of England's, breathing English air, washed by the rivers, blessed by sons of home. And think, this heart, all evil shed away, a pulse in the eternal mind, no less gives somewhere back the thoughts by England given, her sights and sounds, dreams happy as her day, and laughter, learnt of friends, and gentleness, in hearts at peace, under an English heaven. The treasure when colour goes home into the eyes, and lights that shine are shut again, with dancing girls and sweet birds' cries behind the gateways of the brain, and that no place which gave them birth, shall close the rainbow and the rose, still may time hold some golden space, where I'll unpack that scented store of song and flower and sky and face, and count, and touch, and turn them o'er, musing upon them, as a mother, who has watched her children all the rich day through, sits, quiet-handed, in the fading light, when children sleep, ere night. August, 1914. The great lover I have been, so great a lover I filled my days so proudly with the splendor of love's praise, the pain, the calm, and the astonishment, desire illimitable, and still content, and all dear names men use, to cheat despair for the perplexed and viewless streams that bear our hearts at random down the dark of life. Now, ere the unthinking silence on that strife steals down, I would cheat drowsy death so far, my night shall be remembered for a star that outshone all the suns of all men's days. Shall I not crown them with immortal praise whom I have loved, who have given me, dared with me high secrets, and in darkness knelt to see the inenarrable Godhead of delight? Love is a flame, we have beaconed the world's night. A city, and we have built it, these and I. An emperor, we have taught the world to die. So, for their sakes I loved, ere I go hence, and the high cause of love's magnificence, and to keep loyalties young, I'll write those names golden forever, eagles, crying flames, and set them as a banner, that men may know, to dare the generations, burn, and blow out on the wind of time, shining and streaming. These I have loved, white plates and cups, clean gleaming, ringed with blue lines, and feathery, fiery dust, wet roofs, beneath the lamplight, the strong of friendly bread, and many tasting food, rainbows, and the blue bitter smoke of wood, and radiant raindrops couching in cool flowers, and flowers themselves, that sway through sunny hours, dreaming of moths that drink them under the moon, then, the cool kindliness of sheets, that soon smooth away trouble, and the rough male kiss of blankets. Grainy wood, live hair that is shining and free, blue massing clouds, the keen impassioned beauty of a great machine, the benison of hot water, furs to touch, the good smell of old clothes, and other such, the comfortable smell of friendly ringers, hair's fragrance, and the musty reek that lingers about dead leaves and last year's ferns. Dear names, and thousand other throng to me. Royal flames, sweet waters dimpling laugh from tap or spring, holes in the ground, and voices that do sing, voices in laughter, too, and body's pain, soon turned to peace, and the deep panting train, firm sands, the little dulling edge of foam that browns and dwindles as the wave goes home, and washen stones, gay for an hour, the cold graveness of iron, moist black earthen mold, sleep, and high places, footprints in the dew, and oaks, and brown horse chestnuts, glossy new, and new peeled. Sticks, and shining pools on grass, all these have been my loves. And these shall pass, whatever passes not, in the great hour, nor all my passion, all my prayers, have power to hold them with me through the gate of death. They'll play deserter, turn with the traitor breath, break the high bond we made, and sell love's trust and sacrament covenant to the dust. Oh, never a doubt but, somewhere, I shall wake, and give what's left of love again, and make new friends, now strangers. But the best I've known, stays here, and changes, breaks, grows old, is blown about the winds of the world, and fades from brains of living men, and dies. Nothing remains. O dear my loves, O faithless, once again this one last gift I give, that after men shall know, and later lovers, far removed, praise you, all these were lovely, say, he loved. Clouds down the blue night the unending columns press in noiseless tumult, break and wave and flow, now tread the far south, or lift rounds of snow up to the white moon's hidden loveliness. Some pause in their grave wandering comradely, and turn with profound gesture vague and slow, as who would pray good for the world, but know their benediction empty as they bless. They say that the dead die not, but remain near to the rich airs of their grief and mirth. I think they ride the calm mid-heaven, as these, in wise majestic melancholy train, and watch the moon, and the still raging seas, and men, coming and going on the earth. The Pacific, the old vicarage, Grantchester Café des Western, Berlin. Just now the lilac is in bloom, all before my little room, and in my flower beds, I think, smile the carnation and the pink, and down the borders, well I know, the poppy and the pansy blow. Oh, there the chestnuts, summer through, beside the river make for you a tunnel of green gloom, and sleep deeply above, and green and deep the stream mysterious glides beneath, green as a dream and deep as death. Oh, damn! I know it and I know how the May fields all golden show, and when the day is young and sweet, gild gloriously the bare feet that run to bathe. Du lieber Gott! Here am I, sweating, sick and hot, and there the shadowed waters fresh lean up to embrace the naked flesh. Temperamentvoll German Jews drink beer around, and there the dews are soft beneath a morn of gold. Here tulips bloom as they are told, unkempt about those hedges blows an English unofficial rose, and there the unregulated sun slopes down to rest when day is done, and wakes a vague unpunctual star, a slippered Hesper, and there are meads towards Haslingfield and Cotton where das betrittens not verboten. Would I were in Grantchester, some, it may be, can get in touch with nature there, or earth, or such. And clever modern men have seen a fauna peeping through the green, and felt the classics were not dead, to glimpse a naiad's reedy head, or hear the goat-foot piping low. But these are things I do not know. I only know that you may lie day long and watch the Cambridge sky, and, flower lulled in sleepy grass, hear the cool lapse of hours pass, until the centuries blend and blur in Grantchester. Still in the dawnlit waters cool his ghostly lordship swims his pool, and tries the strokes, essays the tricks, long learnt on Hellespont, or Styx. Dan Chaucer hears his river still chatter beneath a phantom mill. Tennyson notes, with studious eye, how Cambridge waters hurry by. And in that garden, black and white creep whispers through the grass all night, and spectral dance, before the dawn, 100 vicars down the lawn, curates, long dust, will come and go on lissom, clerical, printless toe, and oft between the boughs is seen the sly shade of a rural dean. Till, at a shiver in the skies, vanishing with satanic cries, the prim ecclesiastic rout leaves but a startled sleeper out, grey heavens, the first bird's drowsy calls, the falling house that never falls. God! I will pack, and take a train, and get me to England once again. For England's the one land, I know, where men with splendid hearts may go, and Cambridgeshire, of all England, the shire for men who understand, and of that district I prefer the lovely hamlet Grantchester. For Cambridge people rarely smile, being urban, squat, and packed with guile, and Royston men in the far south are black and fierce and strange of mouth, at over they fling oaths at one, and worse than oaths at Trumpington, and Ditton girls are mean and dirty, and there's none in Harston under 30, and folks in Shelford and those parts have twisted lips and twisted hearts, and Barton men make Cockney rhymes, and Cotuns full of nameless crimes, and things are done you'd not believe at Madingley on Christmas Eve. Strong men have run for miles and miles when one from Cherry Hinton smiles. Strong men have blanched and shot their wives rather than send them to St. Ives. Strong men have cried like babes, by damn, to hear what happened at Babraham. But Grantchester, Grantchester. There's peace and holy quiet there, great clouds along Pacific skies, and men and women with straight eyes, lithe children lovelier than a dream, a bosky wood, a slumbrous stream, and little kindly winds that creep round twilight corners, half asleep. In Grantchester their skins are white, in Grantchester their skins are white, they bathe by day, they bathe by night, the women there do all they ought, the men observe the rules of thought. They love the good, they worship truth, they laugh uproariously in youth, and when they get to feeling old, they up and shoot themselves, I'm told, our God. To see the branches stir across the moon at Grantchester. To smell the thrilling sweet and rotten unforgettable, unforgotten river smell, and hear the breeze sobbing in the little trees. Say, do the elm clumps greatly stand, still guardians of that holy land? The chestnuts shade, in reverent dream, the yet unacademic stream. Is dawn a secret shy and cold Anagiomin, silver gold? And sunset still a golden sea from Haslingfield to Madingley? And after, ere the night is born, do hares come out about the corn? Oh, is the water sweet and cool, gentle and brown, above the pool? And laughs the immortal river still, under the mill, under the mill? Say, is there beauty yet to find? And certainty? And quiet kind? Deep meadows yet, for to forget the lies, and truths, and pain? Oh! Yet stands the church clock at 10 to 3, and is there honey still for tea? The busy heart now that we've clown our best and worst, and parted, I would fill my mind with thoughts that will not rend. O heart, I do not dare go empty-hearted, I'll think of love in books, love without end, women with child, content, and old men sleeping, and wet strong ploughlands, scarred for certain grain, and babes that weep, and so forget their weeping, and the young heavens, forgetful after rain, and evening hush, broken by homing wings, and song's nobility, and wisdom holy, that live, we dead. I would think of 1,000 things, lovely and lovable, and taste them slowly, one after one, like tasting a sweet food. I have need to busy my heart with quietude. Dining room tea when you were there, and you, happiness crowned the night, I too, laughing and looking, one of all, I watched the quivering lamplight fall on plate and flowers and pouring tea and cup and cloth, and they and we flung all the dancing moments by with jest and glitter. Lip and eye flashed on the glory, shone and cried, improvident, unmemoried, and fitfully, and like a flame the light of laughter went and came. Proud in their careless transience moved the changing faces that I loved. Till suddenly, and otherwhence, I looked upon your innocence, forelifted clear and still and strange from the dark woven flow of change under a vast and starless sky. I saw the immortal moment lie. One instant an instant, knew as God knows all. And it and you above time, oh, blind, could see in witless immortality. I saw the marble cup, the tea, hung on the air, an amber stream, I saw the fires and glittering gleam, the painted flame, the frozen smoke. No more the flooding lamplight broke on flying eyes and lips and hair, but slept unbroken there, on stiller flesh, and body breathless, and lips and laughter stayed and deathless, and words on which no silence grew. Light was more alive than you. For suddenly, and otherwhence, I looked on your magnificence. I saw the stillness and the light, and you, august, immortal, white, holy and strange, and every glint posture and jest and thought and tint freed from the mask of transiency, triumphant in eternity, immote, immortal. Dazed at length human eyes grew, mortal strength wearied, and time began to creep. Change closed about me like a sleep. Light glinted on the eyes I loved. The cup was filled. The bodies moved. The drifting petal came to ground. The laughter chimed its perfect round. The broken syllable was ended. And I, so certain and so friended, how could I cloud, or how distress the heaven of your unconsciousness? Or shake at time's sufficient spell, stammering of lights unutterable? The eternal holiness of you, the timeless end, you never knew, the peace that lay, the light that shone. You never knew that I had gone 1,000,000 miles away, and stayed 1,000,000 years. The laughter played unbroken round me, and the jest flashed on. And we that knew the best down wonderful hours grew happier yet. I sang at heart, and talked, and eat, and lived from laugh to laugh, I too, when you were there, and you, and you. Francis Burroughs, the prayer to Demeter, mother whose hair I grasp, whose bosom I tread, thy son adopted. Thou who dost so charm me and in thy lapples of affection warm me, heap all thine other misery on my head, madness alone of evils do I dread, against its imminent presence guard and arm me, suffer its broad-flung shadow not to harm me but plunge me rather with the naked dead. Yet if it must come, let it be entire, cast then upon me unillumined night, one whole eclipse not knowing any fire to give it record of the former light. Complete destruction of the heart's desire, a ruin of thought and audience and sight. The giant's dirge, remember him who battled here, what was his living character? To friends an heart forever filled with love and with compassion brave, to foes a power never stilled in pushing vengeance to the grave. Where is his spirit gone now, oh where? What of his 10 grand paces here whose motion was a perfect sphere? To friends a making unafraid, a sure defense, a wall of glass. To foes a hidden trap well laid to catch them stalking through the grass. Where is he walking now, oh where? What of his power who is here enclosed within the sepulchre? To friends an eager sword of joy, a shield to nestle underneath. To foes whose love is to destroy, a stumbling block, a hidden death. Where is his power gone now, oh where? What of his eye that floated here like sky-born dewy gossamer? To friends the ever-sought desire, the hope achieved, the loving cup. To foes an unassoted fire, a furnace withering them up. Where is he shining now, oh where? What of the head that breathed so here and the hair beloved so, is it seer? To friends a shadow shedding stars, like blessings, from the upper deep. To foes a poison tree that mars men's lives thereunder laid asleep. Where does it blossom now, oh where? He lives, is living everywhere, where human hearts are, he is there. To friends a soul of certainty that love though lost is more than none. To foes an inability to say, we slew him, we alone, his soul is here, we slew him here. The unforgotten there is a cave beneath the throne of grace where these have honored and remembered place, strong hairy men, huge-jawed, with wiry limbs, half hid in mist, the heroes of old times. They lie among the pots and flints and beads their friends once buried with them as the needs of the afterlife, to hunt with and to slay with, and flay and cook, or in repose to play with. Here he who shaped the flint and bound to axe and arrow first, who made the thread of flax and hemp to weave, and he who to the plough harnessed and tamed the bull and milked the cow, who taught to bake and grind until the seed of corn sufficient for the future's need, and he who said, "These are my children, these, my blood between them and their enemies, for when I age and cannot win my meat, they shall become new head and hands and feet," and he who said, "Let none of our tribe die slain by ourselves with violence. For why, our foes are plentiful, our friends are few, our living scarce. All may have work to do, as hunting, warring, digging for the strong, or potting, cooking, weaving for the young, the old, the weak, yet for adornment skilled, too early born and by his brethren killed. Here he who dreamed a strange dream in the night, and from his rushes springing swat with fright, but thought and said with opened eyes, "'Tis beauty and terror left him." Those who spoke of duty, mercy and truth, and taught the undying soul, and many more. And many a grunt and growl they give in friendly dreams, when haunches quiver and nostrils widen, and hands do twitch and shiver. And often one awakes, and blinks, half speaks, and yawns and licks and blows upon his cheeks. Pure spirits laugh, and with a kindly eye the Father views their rough-haired majesty. The well see this plashing fount enshrined, some ancient people roofed and lined, some memory here of a forlorn rhyme, a thought, a breath of a thought sublime a sobbing under the wings of time. See the ancient people's grave, no Andromesh, no slave water here for a master draws, no slaves longer laugh and pause. All strange language and new laws. O words, be good to impart assurance of hope, of memory, of endurance. O flourish grass upon our tomb, grant us, sunk in a little room, both a sepulchre and home. Egyptian the pyramid is built, and stone by stone the Sphinx, upon the ground the wine is spilt, and deep the builder drinks. Deeply the wise man in the desert thinks. Hark to the lanterned gondolas. The stream is incense calmed, we smoke, we draw the gods with praise, they walk amongst us charmed. Cries never are the desert sands disarmed. Our building toil is done, all strifes and quarrels cease, and slaves and masters are at one, and enemies at peace. Cries, yet the sands are stirred and wars increase. Riches and joy and thankfulness by our rich river are, to see our noble work and bless shall travelers come afar. Cries, yes, adieu, but many more for war. Life when I consider this, that bare water and earth and common air combine together to compose a being who breathes and stands and goes with eyes to see the sun, with brain to contemplate his origin, I marvel not at death and pain, but rather how he should have been. A why Campbell animula vagula night stirs but wakens not, her breathings climb to one slow sigh, the strokes of many twelves from unseen spires mechanically chime, mingling like echoes, to frustrate themselves. My soul, remember time. The tones like smoke into the stillness curl, the slippered hours their placid business ply, and in thy hand there lies occasion's pearl, but thou art playing with it absently and dreaming, like a girl. A bird his haunts are by the brackish ways where rivers and sea currents meet, he is familiar with the sprays, over the stones his flight is fleet. Low, low he flutters, like a rat that scampers up a river bank, swift, lizard-like. He scours the flat where pools are warish and weeds are dank, the fresh green smell of inland groves, the pureness of the upper air, are poorer than his pungent coves that hold strange spices everywhere. Strong is the salt of open sea, far out, the virgin brine is keen, no home is there for such as he, out of the beach he is not seen. By shallows and capricious foams are the queer corners he frequents, and in an idle humour roams the borderland of elements. The dromedary in dreams I see the dromedary still, as once in a gay park, saw him stand I 1,000 eyes in vulgar wonder scanned his humps and hairy neck, and gazed their fill at his lank shanks and mocked with laughter shrill. He never moved, and if his eastern land flashed on his eye with stretches of hot sand, it wrung no mute appeal from his proud will. He blinked upon the rabble lazily, and still some trace of majesty forlorn and a coarse grace remained. His head was high, though his gaunt flanks with a great mange were worn. There was not any yearning in his eye, but on his lips and nostril infinite scorn. The panic pale in her evening silks she sat that but a week had been my bride, then, while the stars we wondered at, without a word she left my side, devious and silent as a bat, I watched her round the garden glide. Soon o'er the moonlit lawn she streamed, then floated idly down the glade, now like a forest nymph she seemed, now like a light within a shade, she turned, and for a moment gleamed, and suddenly I saw her fade. I had been held in tranced stare till she had vanished from my sight, then did I start in wild despair, and followed fast in mad affright. What if herself a spirit were and had so soon rejoined the night? G. K. Chesterton. Wine and water. Old Noah he had an ostrich farm and fowls on the largest scale. He ate his egg with a ladle in an egg cup big as a pail, and the soup he took was elephant soup and the fish he took was whale. But they all were small to the cellar he took when he set out to sail, and Noah he often said to his wife when he sat down to dine, I don't care where the water goes if it doesn't get into the wine. The cataract of the cliff of heaven fell blinding off the brink as if it would wash the stars away as suds go down a sink. The 7 heavens came roaring down for the throats of hell to drink, and Noah he cocked his eye and said, it looks like rain, I think. The water has drowned the Matterhorn as deep as a Mendip mine, but I don't care where the water goes if it doesn't get into the wine. But Noah he sinned, and we have sinned, on tipsy feet we trod, till a great big black teetotaler was sent to us for a rod, and you can't get wine at a PSA, or chapel, or Eisteddfod. But the curse of water has come again because of the wrath of God, and water is on the bishop's board and the higher thinker's shrine, but I don't care where the water goes if it doesn't get into the wine. The rolling English road before the Roman came to Rye or out of Severn strode, the rolling English drunkard made the rolling English road. A reeling road, a rolling road, that rambles round the shire, and after him the parson ran, the sexton and the squire, a merry road, a mazy road, and such as we did tread, the night we went to Birmingham by way of Beachy Head. I knew no harm of Bonaparte and plenty of the Squire, and for to fight the Frenchmen I did not much desire, but I did bash their bagonets because they came arrayed to straighten out the crooked road an English drunkard made, when you and I went down the lane with ale mugs in our hands, the night we went to Glastonbury by way of Goodwin Sands. His sins they were forgiven him, or why do flowers run behind him, and the hedges all strengthening in the sun? The wild thing went from left to right and knew not which was which, but the wild rose was above him when they found him in the ditch. God pardon us, nor harden us, we did not see so clear the night we went to Bannockburn by way of Brighton Pier. My friends, we will not go again or ape an ancient rage, or stretch the folly of our youth to be the shame of age, but walk with clearer eyes and ears this path that wandereth, and see undrugged in evening light the decent inn of death. But there is good news yet to hear and fine things to be seen, before we go to paradise by way of Kensal Green. The donkey when fishes flew and forests walked and figs grew upon thorn, some moment when the moon was blood then surely I was born, with monstrous head and sickening cry and ears like errant wings, the devil's walking parody on all four-footed things. The tattered outlaw of the earth, of ancient crooked will, staff, scourge, deride me, I am dumb, I keep my secret still. Fools! For I also had my hour, one far fierce hour and sweet, there was a shout about my ears, and palms before my feet. The secret people smile at us, pay us, pass us, but do not quite forget, for we are the people of England, that never has spoken yet. There is many a fat farmer that drinks less cheerfully, there is many a free French peasant who is richer and sadder than we. There are no folk in the whole world so helpless or so wise. There is hunger in our bellies, there is laughter in our eyes, you laugh at us and love us, both mugs and eyes are wet, only you do not know us. For we have not spoken yet. The fine French kings came over in a nutter of flags and dames. We liked their smiles and battles, but we never could say their names. The blood ran red to Bosworth and the high French lords went down, there was naught but a naked people under a naked crown. And the eyes of the king's servants turned terribly every way, and the gold of the king's servants rose higher every day. They burnt the homes of the shaven men, that had been quaint and kind, till there was no bed in a monk's house, nor food that man could find. The inns of God where no man paid, that were the wall of the weak, the king's servants ate them all. And still we did not speak. And the face of the king's servants grew greater than the king, he tricked them, and they trapped him, and stood round him in a ring. The new grave lords closed round him, that had eaten the abbey's fruits, and the men of the new religion, with their Bibles in their boots. We saw their shoulders moving, to menace or discuss, and some were pure and some were vile, but none took heed of us. We saw the king as they killed him, and his face was proud and pale, and a few men talked of freedom, while England talked of ale. A war that we understood not came over the world and woke Americans, Frenchmen, Irish, but we knew not the things they spoke. They talked about rights and nature and peace and the people's reign, and the squires, our masters, bade us fight, and never scorned us again. Weak if we be forever, could none condemn us then. Men called us serfs and drudges, men knew that we were men. In foam and flame at Trafalgar, on Albuera plains, we did and died like lions. To keep ourselves in chains, we lay in living ruins, firing and fearing not the strange fierce face of the Frenchman who knew for what they fought, and the man who seemed to be more than man we strained against and broke, and we broke our own rights with him. And still we never spoke. Our path of glory ended, we never heard guns again. But the squire seemed struck in the saddle, he was foolish, as if in pain he leaned on a staggering lawyer, he clutched a cringing Jew, he was stricken. It may be, after all, he was stricken at Waterloo. Or perhaps the shades of the shaven men, whose spoil is in his house, come back in shining shapes at last to spoil his last carousel. We only know the last sad squires ride slowly towards the sea, and a new people takes the land, and still it is not we. They have given us into the hands of the new unhappy lords, lords without anger and honor, who dare not carry their swords. They fight by shuffling papers, they have bright dead alien eyes, they look at our labor and laughter as a tired man looks at flies. And the load of their loveless pity is worse than the ancient wrongs. Their doors are shut in the evening, and they know no songs. We hear men speaking for us of new laws strong and sweet, yet is there no man speaketh as we speak in the street. It may be we shall rise the last as Frenchmen rose the first, our wrath come after Russia's wrath and our wrath be the worst. It may be we are meant to mark with our riot and our rest God's scorn for all men governing. It may be beer is best. But we are the people of England, and we have not spoken yet. Smile at us, pay us, pass us. But do not quite forget. From the ballad of the white horse far northward and far westward the distant tribes drew nigh, plains beyond plains, fell beyond fell, that a man at sunset sees so well, and the tiny colored towns that dwell in the comers of the sky. But dark and thick as thronged the host, with drum and torch and blade, the still-eyed king sat pondering, as one that watches a live thing, the scoured chalk, and he said, though I give this land to Our Lady, that helped me in Athelney, though lordlier trees and lustier sod and happier hills hath no flesh trod than the garden of the Mother of God between Thames side and the sea, I know that weeds shall grow in it faster than men can burn, and though they scatter now and go, in some far century, sad and slow, I have a vision, and I know the heathen shall return. They shall not come with warships, they shall not waste with brands, but books be all their eating, and ink be on their hands. Not with the humor of hunters or savage skill in war, but ordering all things with dead words, strings shall they make of beasts and birds and wheels of wind and star. They shall come mild as monkish clerks, with many a scroll and pen, and backward shall ye turn and gaze, desiring one of Alfred's days, when pagans still were men. The dear sun dwarfed of dreadful suns, like fiercer flowers on stalk, earth lost and little like a pea in high heaven's towering forestry. These be the small weeds ye shall see crawl, covering the chalk. But though they bridge St. Mary's sea, or steal St. Michael's wing, though they rear marvels over us, greater than great Virgilius wrought for the Roman king, by this sign you shall know them, the breaking of the sword, and man no more a free knight, that loves or hates his lord. Yet, this shall be the sign of them, the sign of the dying fire, and man made like a half-wit, that knows not of his sire. What though they come with scroll and pen, and grave as a shaven clerk, by this sign you shall know them, that they ruin and make dark, by all men bond to nothing, being slaves without a lord, by one blind idiot world obeyed, too blind to be abhorred, by terror and the cruel tales of curse in bone and kin, by weird and weakness winning, accursed from the beginning, by detail of the sinning, and denial of the sin, by thought a crawling ruin, by life a leaping mire, by a broken heart in the breast of the world, and the end of the world's desire, by God and man dishonored, by death and life made vain. Know ye the old barbarian, the barbarian come again, when is great talk of trend and tide, and wisdom and destiny. Hail that undying heathen that is sadder than the sea. In what wise men shall smite him, or the cross stand up again, or charity, or chivalry, my vision saith not, and I see no more, but now ride doubtfully to the battle of the plain. And the grass edge of the great down was clean cut as a lawn, while the levies thronged from near and far, from the warm woods of the western star, and the king went out to his last war on a tall grey horse at dawn. And news of his far-off fighting came slowly and brokenly from the land of the East Saxons, from the sunrise and the sea, from the plains of the white sunrise, and sad St. Edmund's crown, where the pools of Essex pale and gleam out beyond London town, in mighty and doubtful fragments, like faint or fabled wars, climbed the old hills of his renown, where the bald brow of White Horse Down is close to the cold stars. But away in the eastern places the wind of death walked high, and a raid was driven athwart the raid. The sky reddened and the smoke swayed, and the tall grey horse went by. The gates of the great river were breached as with a barge, the walls sank crowded, say the scribes, and high towers populous with tribes seemed leaning from the charge. Smoke like rebellious heavens rolled curled over coloured flames, billowed in monstrous purple dreams in the mighty pools of Thames. Loud was the war on London wall, and loud in London gates, and loud the sea-kings in the cloud broke through their dreaming gods, and loud cried on their dreadful fates. And all the while on White Horse Hill the horse lay long and wan, the turf crawled and the fungus crept, and the little sorrel, while all men slept, unwrought the work of man. With velvet finger, velvet foot, the fierce soft mosses then crept on the large white commonweal all folk had striven to strip and peel, and the grass, like a great green witch's wheel, unwound the toils of men. and clover and silent thistle throve, and buds burst silently, with little care for the Thames Valley or what things there might be, that away on the widening river, in the eastern plains 4 crowns stood up in the pale purple sky, 1 turret of smoke like ivory, and the smoke changed and the wind went by, and the king took London town. Padraic Colum, the old woman of the roads, oh, to have a little house, to own the hearth and stool and all, the heaped up sods upon the fire, the pile of turf again the wall, to have a clock with weights and chains, and pendulums swinging up and down, a dresser filled with shining delph, speckled with white and blue and brown. I could be busy all the day cleaning and sweeping hearth and floor, and fixing on their shelf again my white and blue and speckled store. I could be quiet there at night beside the fire and by myself, sure of a bed, and loath to leave the ticking clock and shining delph. Ark! But I'm weary of mist and dark, and roads where there's never a house or bush, and tired I am of bog and road, and the crying wind and the lonesome hush. And I am praying to God on high, and I am praying Him night and day, for a little house, a house of my own, out of the winds and rains way. Francis Cornford. Autumn evening, the shadows flickering, the daylight dying, and I upon the old red sofa lying, the great brown shadows leaping up the wall, the sparrows twittering, and that is all. I thought to send my soul to far-off lands, where fairies scamper on the windy sands, or where the autumn rain comes drumming down on huddled roofs in an enchanted town. But oh my sleepy soul, it will not roam, it is too happy and too warm at home, with just the shadows leaping up the wall, the sparrows twittering, and that is all. W. H. Davies. Days too short when primroses are out in spring, and small, blue violets come between, when merry birds sing on boughs green, and rills, as soon as born, must sing, when butterflies will make side leaps, as though escaped from nature's hand ere perfect quite, and bees will stand upon their heads in fragrant deeps, when small clouds are so silvery white each seems a broken-rimmed moon, when such things are, this world too soon, for me, doth wear the veil of night. The example here's an example from a butterfly, that on a rough, hard rock happy can lie, friendless and all alone on this unsweetened stone. Now let my bed be hard, no care take I'll make my joy like this small butterfly, whose happy heart has power to make a stone a flower. The east in gold. Somehow this world is wonderful at times, as it has been from early morn in May, since I first heard the cock-a-doodle-doo, timekeeper on green farms, at break of day. Soon after that I heard 10,000 birds, which made me think an angel brought a bin of golden grain, and none was scattered yet, to rouse those birds to make that merry din. I could not sleep again, for such wild cries, and went out early into their green world, and then I saw what set their little tongues to scream for joy, they saw the east in gold. The happy child I saw this day sweet flowers grow thick, but not one like the child did pick. I heard the pack hounds in Green Park, but no dog like the child heard bark. I heard this day bird after bird, but not one like the child has heard. 100 butterflies saw I, but not one like the child saw fly. I saw the horses roll in grass, but no horse like the child saw pass. My world this day has lovely been, but not like what the child has seen. A great time sweet chance, that led my steps abroad, beyond the town, where wild flowers grow, a rainbow and a cuckoo, Lord, how rich and great the times are now. Know, all ye sheep and cows, that keep on staring that I stand so long in grass that's wet from heavy rain, a rainbow and a cuckoo's song may never come together again, may never come this side the tomb. The white cascade, what happy mortal sees that mountain now, the white cascade that's shining on its brow, the white cascade that's both a bird and star, that has a 10-mile voice and shines as far. Though I may never leave this land again, yet every spring my mind must cross the main to hear and see that water bird and star that on the mountain sings, and shines so far. In May, yes, I will spend the livelong day with nature in this month of May, and sit beneath the trees, and share my bread with birds whose homes are there, while cows lie down to eat, and sheep stand to their necks in grass so deep, while birds do sing with all their might, as though they felt the earth in flight. This is the hour I dreamed of, when I sat surrounded by poor men, and thought of how the Arab sat alone at evening, gazing at the stars that bubbled in clear skies, and of young dreamers, when their eyes enjoyed without a precious boon in the adventures of the moon whose light, behind the clouds' dark bars, searched for her stolen flocks of stars. When I, hemmed in by wrecks of men, thought of some lonely cottage then, full of sweet books, and miles of sea, with passing ships, in front of me, and having, on the other hand, a flowery, green, bird-singing land. Thunderstorms, my mind has thunderstorms, that brood for heavy hours, until they rain me words, my thoughts are drooping flowers and sulking, silent birds. Yet come, dark thunderstorms, and brood your heavy hours, for when you rain me words my thoughts are dancing flowers and joyful singing birds. Sweet stay at home, sweet stay at home, sweet well content, thou knowest of no strange continent, thou hast not felt thy bosom keep a gentle motion with the deep, thou hast not sailed in Indian seas, where scent comes forth in every breeze. Thou hast not seen the rich grape grow for miles, as far as eyes can go, thou hast not seen a summer's night when maids could sew by a worm's light, nor the North Sea in spring send out bright trees that like birds flit about in solid cages of white ice. Sweet stay at home, sweet love one place. Thou hast not seen black fingers pick white cotton when the bloom is thick, nor heard black throats in harmony, nor hast thou sat on stones that lie flat on the earth, that once did rise to hide proud kings from common eyes. Thou hast not seen plains full of bloom where green things had such little room they pleased the eye like fairer flowers. Sweet stay at home, all these long hours. Sweet well content, sweet love one place, sweet, simple maid, bless thy dear face, for thou hast made more homely stuff nurture thy gentle self enough. I love thee for a heart that's kind, not for the knowledge in thy mind. Edward L. Davison. The trees, I did not know your names, and yet I saw the handiwork of beauty in your boughs. I worshipped as the Druids did, in awe, feeling at spring my pagan soul aroused to see your leaf buds open to the day, and dull green moss upon your ragged girth, the hoary sanctity of your decay, life and death glimmering upon the earth. In this dark house I shall come back to die from a far place at last, after my life's caress in the old bed to lie, remembering the past in this dark house. Because of a clock's chime in the long waste of night I shall awake and wait at that calm lonely time, each smell and sound and sight mysterious and innate, some shadow on the wall when curtains by the door move in a draught of wind, or else a light footfall in a near corridor, even to feel the kind caress of a cool hand smoothing the draggled hair back from my shrunken brow, and strive to understand the woman's presence there, and whence she came, and how. What gust of wind that night shall mutter her lost name through windows open wide, and twist the nickering light of a soul candle's flame smoking from side to side, till the last spark it blows sets a moth's wings aflare as the faint flame goes out. Some distant door may close, perhaps a heavy chair on bare floors dragged about o'er the low ceiling sound, and the thin twig of a tree knock on my window pane till all the night around is listening with me, while like a noise of rain leaves rustle in the wind. Then from the inner gloom the scratching of a mouse may echo down my mind and sound around the room in this dark house. The vague scent of a flower, smelled then in that warm air from gardens drifting in, may slowly overpower the vapid lavender, till feebly I begin to count the scents I knew and name them one by one, and search the names for this. Dreams will be swift and few ere that last night be done, and gradual silences in each long interim of halting time awake confuse all conscious sense. Shadows will grow more dim, and sound and scent forsake the dark ere dawn commence, in the new morning then, so fixed the stare and fast, the calm unseeing eye will never close again. I shall come back at last to this dark house to die. Walter de la Mare. The listeners, is there anybody there? Said the traveller, knocking on the moonlit door, and his horse in the silence champed the grasses of the forest's ferny floor, and a bird flew up out of the turret, above the traveller's head, and he smote upon the door again a second time. Is there anybody there? He said. But no one descended to the traveller. No head from the leaf-fringed sill leaned over and looked into his grey eyes, where he stood perplexed and still. But only a host of phantom listeners that dwelt in the lone house then stood listening in the quiet of the moonlight to that voice from the world of men, stood thronging the faint moonbeams on the dark stair that goes down to the empty hall, hearkening in an air stirred and shaken by the lonely traveller's call. And he felt in his heart their strangeness, their stillness answering his cry, while his horse moved, cropping the dark turf, 'neath the starred and leafy sky, for he suddenly smote on the door, even louder, and lifted his head. Tell them I came, and no one answered, that I kept my word, he said. Never the least stir made the listeners, though every word he spake fell echoing through the shadowiness of the still house from the one man left awake. They heard his foot upon the stirrup, and the sound of iron on stone, and how the silence surged softly backward when the plunging hoofs were gone. Arabia, far are the shades of Arabia, where the princes ride at noon, mid the verdurous vales and thickets, under the ghost of the moon, and so dark is that vaulted purple flowers in the forest rise and toss into blossom gainst the phantom stars pale in the noonday skies. Sweet is the music of Arabia in my heart, when out of dreams I still in the thin clear murk of dawn descry her gliding streams, hear her strange lutes on the green banks ring loud with the grief and delight of the dim-silked, dark-haired musicians in the brooding silence of night. They haunt me, her lutes and her forests. No beauty on earth I see but shadowed with that dream recalls her loveliness to me. Still eyes look coldly upon me, cold voices whisper and say, he is crazed with the spell of far Arabia, they have stolen his wits away. Music when music sounds, gone is the earth I know, and all her lovely things even lovelier grow. Her flowers in vision flame, her forest trees lift burdened branches, stilled with ecstasies. When music sounds, out of the water rise naiads whose beauty dims my waking eyes, wrapped in strange dream burns each enchanted face, with solemn echoing stirs their dwelling place. When music sounds, all that I was I am ere to this haunt of brooding dust I came, and from time's woods break into distant song the swift-winged hours, as I hasten along. The scribe what lovely things hand hath made, the smooth-plumed bird in its emerald shade, the seed of the grass, the speck of stone which the wayfaring ant stirs, and hastes on. Though I should sit by some tarn in thy hills, using its ink as the spirit wills to write of earth's wonders its live-willed things, flit would the ages on soundless wings ere unto Zed my pen drew nigh, Leviathan told, and the honey fly, and still would remain my wit to try, my mewern reeds broken. The dark tarn dry, all words forgotten, thou, Lord, and I the ghost who knocks. I, who was beautiful beyond all dreams to restore, I from the roots of the dark thorn am hither, and knock on the door. Who speaks? I, once was my speech sweet as the birds on the air, when echo lurks by the waters to heed, tease I speak thee fair. Dark is the hour. I, and cold. Lone is my house. Ah, but mine. Sight, touch, lips, eyes gleamed in vain. Long dead these to thine. Silence. Still faint on the porch broke the flames of the stars. In gloom groped a hope-wearied hand over keys, bolts, and bars. A face peered. All the grey night in chaos of vacancy shone, naught but vast sorrow was there, the sweet cheat gone. Clear eyes so dim at last, and cheeks outlive their rose. Time, heedless of the past, no loving kindness knows, chill unto mortal lips still lethe flows. Griefs, too, but brief while stay, and sorrow, being o'er, its salt tears shed away, woundeth the heart no more. Stealthily lave these waters that solemn shore. Ah, then, sweet face burn on, while yet quick memory lives. And sorrow, ere thou art gone, know that my heart forgives, ere yet, grown cold in peace, it loves not, nor grieves. Farewell when I lie where shades of darkness shall no more assail mine eyes, nor the rain make lamentation when the wind sighs. How will fare the world whose wonder was the very proof of me? Memory fades, must the remembered perishing be? Oh, when this my dust surrenders hand, foot, lip to dust again, may those loved and loving faces please other men. May the rusting harvest hedgerow still the traveller's joy entwine, and as happy children gather posies once mine. Look thy last on all things lovely, every hour. Let no night seal thy sense in deathly slumber till to delight thou have paid thy utmost blessing, since that all things thou wouldst praise beauty took from those who loved them in other days. All that's past very old are the woods, and the buds that break out of the briar's boughs, when March winds wake, so old with their beauty are, oh, no man knows through what wild centuries roves back the rose. Very old are the brooks, and the rills that rise when snow sleeps cold beneath the azure skies sing such a history of come and gone, their every drop is as wise as Solomon. Very old are we men, our dreams are tales told in dim Eden by Eve's nightingales, we wake and whisper a while, but, the day gone by, silence and sleep like fields of amaranth lie. The song of the mad prince who said, peacock pie. The old king to the sparrow, who said, crops are ripe. Rust to the harrow, who said, where sleeps she now? Where rests she now her head, bathed in Eve's loveliness? That's what I said. Who said, mum's the word. Sexton to willow, who said, green dust for dreams, moss for a pillow? Who said, all times delighteth she for narrow bed, life's troubled bubble broken? That's what I said. John Drinkwater birthright Lord Ramses of Egypt sighed because a summer evening passed, and little Ariadne cried that summer fancy fell at last to dust, and young Verona died when beauty's hour was overcast. Theirs was the bitterness we know because the clouds of hawthorn keep so short a state, and kisses go to tombs unfathomably deep, while Ramses and Romeo and little Ariadne sleep. Moonlit apples at the top of the house, the apples are laid in rows, and the skylight lets the moonlight in, and those apples are deep-sea apples of green. There goes a cloud on the moon in the autumn night. A mouse in the wainscot scratches, and scratches, and then there is no sound at the top of the house of men or mice, and the cloud is blown, and the moon again dapples the apples with deep-sea light. They are lying in rows there, under the gloomy beams, on the sagging floor, they gather the silver streams out of the moon, those moonlit apples of dreams, and quiet is the steep stair under. In the corridors under there is nothing but sleep, and stiller than ever on orchard boughs they keep tryst with the moon, and deep is the silence, deep on moon-washed apples of wonder. RCKN's ode to reality, o real, O that which is, beyond all earthly bliss my spirit prays to be at one with thee, away from that which seems, from unenduring dreams, from vain pursuits and vainer meeds set free. How rosy to our eyes the mists of error rise, the proud pavilions that we weave at will eye, how glittering the ray of that elusive day, the hills how grand, the vales how green and still. And how inviting yet the service of deceit, paid by the crowd that does not understand, parents and friends and foes all bowing down to those who against thee have lifted up their hand. Ah, but on whomsoever amid such glib endeavor thy light has shined in sudden sovereignty, he who has fallen and heard thy spirit-searching word, why kick against the pricks? Why outrage me? He can no longer stay there in the easy way, no longer please himself with make-believe, no longer shape at will the forms of good and ill and what he shall reject and what receive. Nor may he dwell content in self-aggrandizement, to the deep wrong of modern mammon blind, nor can he drown his cares among the doctrinaires, who think by sowing hate to save mankind. For every scheme of vision he sees as the condition not of the truest only but the best, the riches of all wealth, the beauty of beauty's self, that on thee and within thee it should rest. By thee our bounds are set, thou madest us, and yet, O Mother, when we strain to see thy face, still dost thou tease our prying with masks and mystifying, still hold us at arm's length from thy embrace. Yet would I rather in act plough with the iron fact and earn at least some harvest that is bread, than rich and popular in gay impostures car dazzle mankind and leave them still unfed. Rather would I in thought miss all that I had sought, still pining on negation's desert isle, than with the current float in pragmatism's boat down to the fatal shore where sirens smile. Rather would I be thrown against thine altar stone, unsanctified, unpitied, unreprieved, than in some other shrine sup the priest's meat and wine, taking the wages of a world deceived. James Elroy Flecker, born 1884, died 1915. Riuperas, high and solemn mountains guard Riuperas, small untidy village where the river drives a mill, frail as wood anemones, white and frail were you, and drooping a little, like the slender daffodil. Oh, I will go to France again, and tramp the valley through, and I will change these gentle clothes for clog and corduroy, and work with the mill hands of black Riuperas, and walk with you, and talk with you, like any other boy. War song of the Saracens, we are they who come faster than fate, we are they who ride early or late, we storm at your ivory gate, pale kings of the sunset, beware. Not on silk nor in summit we lie, not in curtained solemnity die among women who chatter and cry, and children who mumble a prayer. But we sleep by the ropes of the camp, and we rise with a shout, and we tramp with the sun or the moon for a lamp, and the spray of the wind in our hair. From the lands, where the elephants are, to the forts of Mera and Bolgar, our steel we have brought and our star to shine on the ruins of Ram. We have marched from the Indus to Spain, and by God we will go there again. We have stood on the shore of the plain where the waters of destiny boom. A mart of destruction we made at Jalula where men were afraid, for death was a difficult trade, and the sword was a broker of doom, and the spear was a desert physician who cured not a few of ambition, and drave not a few to perdition with medicine bitter and strong, and the shield was a grief to the fool and as bright as a desolate pool, and as straight as the rock of Stambour when their cavalry thundered along, for the coward was drowned with the brave when our battle sheered up like a wave. And the dead to the desert we gave, and the glory to God in our song. The old ships I have seen old ships sail like swans asleep beyond the village which men still call Tyre, with leaden age o'ercargoed, dipping deep for Famagusta and the hidden sun that rings black Cyprus with a lake of fire, and all those ships were certainly so old who knows how oft with squat and noisy gun, questing brown slaves or Syrian oranges, the pirate Genos hell raked them till they rolled blood, water, fruit and corpses up the hold. But now through friendly seas they softly run, painted the mid-sea blue or shore sea green, still patterned with the vine and grapes in gold. But I have seen, pointing her shapely shadows from the dawn and image tumbled on a rose-swept bay, a drowsy ship of some yet older day, and, wonder's breath indrawn, thought I, who knows, but in that same, fished up beyond patched up new, stern painted brighter blue, that talkative, bald-headed seaman came, 12 patient comrades sweating at the oar, from Troy's doom-crimson shore, and with great lies about his wooden horse set the crew laughing, and forgot his course. It was so old a ship, who knows, and yet so beautiful. I watched in vain to see the mast burst open with a rose, and the whole deck put on its leaves again. Stillness when the words rustle no more, and the last work's done, when the bolt lies deep in the door, and fire, our sun, falls on the dark-laned meadows of the floor, when from the clock's last chime to the next chime silence beats his drum, and space with gaunt grey eyes and her brother time wheeling and whispering come, she with the mould of form and he with the loom of rhyme. Then twittering out in the night my thought birds flee, I am emptied of all my dreams, I only hear earth turning. Only see Ether's long bankless streams, and only know I should drown if you laid not your hand on me. Artia, this place was formed divine for love and us to dwell, this house of brown stone built for us to sleep therein. Those blossoms haunt the rocks that we should see and smell, those old rocks break the hill that we the heights should win. Those heights survey the sea that there our thoughts should sail up the steep wall of wave to touch the Syrian sky. For us that sky at eve fades out of purple pale, pale as the mountain mists beneath our house that lie. In front of our small house are brown stone arches 3, behind it, the low porch where all the jasmine grows, beyond it, red and green, the gay pomegranate tree, around it, like love's arms, the summer and the rose. Within it sat and wrote in minutes soft and few this worst and best of songs, one who loves it, and you. The Queen's song had I the power to Midas given of old to touch a flower and leave the petals gold. I then might touch thy face, delightful boy, and leave a metal grace, a graven joy. Thus would I slay, desperate device, the vital day that trembles in thine eyes, and let the red lips close which sang so well, and drive away the rose to leave a shell. Then I myself, rising austere and dumb on the high shelf of my half-lighted room, would place the shining bust and wait alone, until I was but dust, buried unknown. Thus in my love for nations yet unborn, I would remove from our two lives the morn, and muse on loveliness in mine armchair, content should time confess how sweet you were. Brumina, oh shall I never be home again? Meadows of England shining in the rain spread wide your daisied lawns, your ramparts green with briar fortify, with blossom screen till my farm morning. And O streams that slow and pure and deep through plains and playlands go, for me your love and all your kingcups store, and, dark militia of the southern shore, old fragrant friends, preserve me the last lines of that long saga which you sung me, pines, when, lonely boy, beneath the chosen tree I listened, with my eyes upon the sea. O traitor pines, you sang what life has found the falsest of fair tales. Earth blew a far horn prelude all around, that native music of her forest home, while from the sea's blue fields and Cyrindale's shadows and light noon spectres of the foam riding the summer gales on airy viols plucked an idle sound. Hearing you sing, O trees, hearing you murmur, there are older seas, that beat on vaster sands, where the wise snailfish move their pearly towers to carven rocks and sculptured promontories. Hearing you whisper, lands where blaze the unimaginable flowers. Beneath me in the valley waves the palm, beneath, beyond the valley, breaks the sea. Beneath me sleep in mist and light and calm cities of Lebanon, dream shadow dim, where kings of Tyre and kings of Tyre did rule in ancient days in endless dynasty, and all around the snowy mountains swim like mighty swans afloat in heaven's pool. But I will walk upon the wooded hill where stands a grove, O pines, of sister pines, and when the downy twilight droops her wing and no sea glimmers and no mountain shines, my heart shall listen still. For pines are gossip pines the wide world through and full of runic tales to sigh or sing. 'Tis ever sweet through pine to see the sky mantling a deeper gold or darker blue. 'Tis ever sweet to lie on the dry carpet of the needle's brown, and though the fanciful green lizards stir and windy odors light as thistledown breathe from the lavender and lavender, half to forget the wandering and pain, half to remember days that have gone by, and dream that I am home again. Hyoli Island in blue of summer floating on, little brave sister of the Sporades, hail and farewell. I pass, and thou art gone. So fast in fire the great boat beats the seas. But slowly fade, soft island. Ah, to know thy town and who the gossips of thy town, what flowers flash in thy meadows, what winds blow across thy mountain when the sun goes down. There is thy market, where the fisher throws his gleaming fish that gasp in the death-bright dawn, and there thy prince's house, painted old rose, beyond the olives, crowns its slope of lawn. And is thy prince so rich that he displays at festal board the flesh of sheep and kine? Or dare he, summer days are long hot days, load up with Asian snow his cone wine? Behind a rock, thy harbour, whence a noise of tarry spongeboats hammered lustily, and from that little rock thy naked boys like burning arrows shower upon the sea. And there by the old Greek chapel, there beneath 1,000 poppies that each sea wind stirs and cyclamen, as honeyed and white as death, dwell deep in earth the elder islanders. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, thy name I know not, island, but his name I know, and why so proud thy mountain stands, and what thy happy secret, and who came drawing his painted galley up thy sands. For my gods, trident gods who deep and pale swim in the Latmian sound, have murmured thus, to such an island came with a pompous sail on his first voyage young Herodotus. Since then, tell me no tale how Romans built, Saracens plundered, or that bearded lords rode by to fight for Venice, and here spilled their blood across the bay that keeps their swords. That old Greek day was all thy history, for that did ocean poise thee as a flower. Farewell, this boat attends not such as thee, farewell, I was thy lover for an hour. Farewell. But I who call upon thy caves am far like thee, unknown and poor. And yet my words are music as thy waves, and like thy rocks shall down through time endure. The golden journey to Samarkand prologue. We who with songs beguile your pilgrimage and swear that beauty lives though lilies die, we poets of the proud old lineage who sing to find your hearts, we know not why, what shall we tell you? Tales, marvelous tales of ships and stars and isles where good men rest, where nevermore the rose of sunset pales, and winds and shadows fall toward the west, and there the world's first huge white-bearded kings in dim glades sleeping, murmur in their sleep, and close around their breasts the ivy clings, cutting its pathway slow and red and deep. And how beguile you? Death has no repose warmer and deeper than that orient sand which hides the beauty and bright faith of those who made the golden journey to Samarkand. And now they wait and whiten peaceably, those conquerors, those poets, those so fair, they know time comes, not only you and I, but the whole world shall whiten, here or there, when those long caravans that cross the plain with dauntless feet and sound of silver bells put forth no more for glory or for gain, take no more solace from the palm-girt wells, when the great markets by the sea shut fast all that calm Sunday that goes on and on, when even lovers find their peace at last, and earth is but a star that once had shone. Epilogue. At the gate of the sun, Baghdad, in olden time the merchants, together, away, for we are ready to a man. Our camels sniff the evening and are glad. Lead on, O master of the caravan, lead on the merchant princes of Baghdad. The chief draper. Have we not Indian carpets dark as wine, turbans and sashes, gowns and bows and veils, and broideries of intricate design, and printed hangings in enormous bales? The chief grocer. We have rose candy, we have spikenard, mastic and terebinth and oil and spice, and such sweet jams meticulously jarred as God's own prophet eats in paradise. The principal Jews. And we have manuscripts in peacock styles by Ali of Damascus, we have swords engraved with storks and apes and crocodiles, and heavy beaten necklaces, for lords. The master of the caravan. But you are nothing but a lot of Jews. The principal Jews. Sir, even dogs have daylight, and we pay. The master of the caravan. But who are ye in rags and rotten shoes, you dirty bearded, blocking up the way? The pilgrims. We are the pilgrims, master, we shall go always a little further, it may be beyond that last blue mountain barred with snow, across that angry or that glimmering sea, white on a throne or guarded in a cave. There lives a prophet who can understand why men were born, but surely we are brave, who make the golden journey to Samarkand. The chief merchant. We gnaw the nail of hurry. Master, away. One of the women. Oh, turn your eyes to where your children stand. Is not Baghdad the beautiful? Oh, stay. The merchants, in chorus, we take the golden road to Samarkand. An old man. Have you not girls and garlands in your homes, eunuchs and Syrian boys at your command? Seek not excess, God hateth him who roams. The merchants, in chorus, we make the golden journey to Samarkand. A pilgrim with a beautiful voice, sweet to ride forth at evening from the wells when shadows pass gigantic on the sand, and softly through the silence beat the bells along the golden road to Samarkand. A merchant. We travel not for trafficking alone, by hotter winds our fiery hearts are fanned, for lust of knowing what should not be known we make the golden journey to Samarkand. The master of the caravan open the gate, O watchman of the night. The watchman ho, travellers, I open. For what land leave you the dim moon city of delight? The merchants, with a shout, we make the golden journey to Samarkand. The caravan passes through the gate, the watchman, consoling the women, what would ye, ladies? It was ever thus. Men are unwise and curiously planned. A woman they have their dreams, and do not think of us. Voices of the caravan, in the distance, singing, we make the golden journey to Samarkand. Robin flower la vie cerebrale I am alone, alone, there is nothing, only I, and, when I will to die, all must be gone. Eternal thought in me puts on the dress of time and builds a stage to mime its listless tragedy. And in that dress of time and on that stage of space I place, change, and replace life to a willful rhyme. I summon at my whim all things that are, that were, the high incredible air, where stars, my creatures, swim. I dream, and from my mind the dead, the living come, I build a marble Rome, I give it to the wind. Athens and Babylon I breathe upon the night, Troy towers form my delight and crumble stone by stone. I change with white and green the seasons hour by hour, I think, it is a flower, think, and the flower has been. Men, women, things, a stream that wavers and flows by, a lonely dreamer, I build and cast down the dream. And one day weary grown of all my brain has wrought, I shall destroy my thought and I and all be gone. The pipes with the spring awaken other springs, those swallows' wings are shadowed by other wings and another thrush behind that glad bird sings. A multitude are the flowers, but multitudes blossom and waver and breathe from forgotten woods, and in silent places an older silence broods. With the spring long buried springs in my heart awaken, time takes the years, but the springs he has not taken, my thoughts with a boy's wild thoughts are mixed and shaken. And here amid inland fields by the down's green shoulder I remember an ancient sea and mountains older, older than all but time, skies sterner and colder. When the swift spring night on the sea and the mountains fell in the hush of the solemn hills I remember well the far pipes calling and the tale they had to tell. Sad was the tale, ah! Sad beyond all saying the lament of the lonely pipes in the evening playing lost in the glens, in the still, dark pines delaying. And now with returning spring I remember all, on southern fields those mountain shadows fall, those wandering pipes in the downland evening call. Say not that beauty is an idle thing and gathered lightly as a wayside flower that on the trembling verges of the spring knows but the sweet survival of an hour. For 'tis not so. Through dedicated days and foiled adventure of deliberate nights we lose and find and stumble in the ways that lead to the far confluence of delights. Not with the earthly eye and fleshly ear, but lifted far above mortality, we see at last the eternal hills, and hear the sighing of the universal sea, and kneeling breathless in the holy place we know immortal beauty face to face. John Freeman the wake as the joyous morning ran and kissed the grass and drew his fingers through her sleeping hair, and cried, "Before thy flowers are well awake rise, and the lingering darkness from thee shake. Before the daisy and the sorrel by their brightness back from that close folding night, come, and the shadows from thy bosom shake, awake from thy thick sleep, awake, awake." Then the grass of that mound meadow stirred above the Roman bones that may not stir though joyous morning whispered, shouted, sang, the grass stirred as that happy music rang. Oh, what a wondrous rustling everywhere! The steady shadows shook and thinned and died, the shining grass flashed brightness back for brightness, and sleep was gone, and there was heavenly lightness. As if she had found wings, light as the wind, the grass flew, bent with the wind, from east to west, chased by one wild grey cloud, and flashing all her dews for happiness to hear morning call. But even as I stepped out the brightness dimmed, I saw the fading edge of all delight. The sober morning waked the drowsy herds, and there was the old scolding of the birds. The body when I had dreamed and dreamed what woman's beauty was, and how that beauty seen from unseen surely flowed, I turned and dreamed again, but sleeping now no more, my eyes shut and my mind with inward vision glowed. I did not think. I cried, seeing that wavering shape that steadied and then wavered, as a cherry bough in June lifts and falls in the wind, each fruit a fruit of light, and then she stood as clear as an unclouded moon. As clear and still she stood, moon-like remotely near, I saw and heard her breathe, years and years away. Her light streamed through the years, I saw her clear and still, shape and spirit together mingling night with day. Water falling, falling with the curve of time over green-hued rock, then plunging to its pool far, far below, a falling spear of light, water falling golden from the sun but moonlike cool, water has the curve of her shoulder and breast, water falls as straight as her body rose, water her brightness has from neck to still feet, water crystal cold as her cold body flows. But not water has the color I saw when I dreamed, nor water such strength has. I joyed to behold how the blood lit her body with lamps of fire and made the flesh glow that like water gleamed cold. A flame in her arms and in each finger flame, and flame in her bosom, flame above, below, the curve of climbing flame in her waist and her thighs, from foot to head did flame into red flame flow. I knew how beauty seen from unseen must rise, how the body's joy for more than body's use was made. I knew then how the body is the body of the mind, and how the mind's own fire beneath the cool skin played. O shape that once to have seen is to see evermore, falling stream that falls to the deeps of the mind, fire that once lit burns while aught burns in the world, foot to head a flame moving in the spirit's wind. If these eyes could see what these eyes have not seen, the inward vision clear, how should I look for knowing that beauty's self rose visible in the world over age that darkens, and griefs that destroy? Stone trees last night a sword light in the sky flashed a swift terror on the dark. In that sharp light the fields did lie naked and stone-like, each tree stood like a tranced woman, bound and stark. Far off the wood with darkness ridged the riven dark. The cows astonished stared with fear, and sheep crept to the knees of cows, and cunies to their burrows slid, and rooks were still in rigid boughs, and all things else were still or hid. From all the wood came but the owl's hoot, ghostly, clear. In that cold trance the earth was held, it seemed an age, or time was naught. Sure never from that stone-like field sprang golden corn, nor from those chill grey granite trees was music wrought. In all the wood even the tall poplar hung stone still. It seemed an age, or time was none. Slowly the earth heaved out of sleep and shivered, and the trees of stone bent and sighed in the gusty wind, and rain swept as birds knocking sweep. Far off the wood rolled the slow thunders on the wind. From all the wood came no brave bird, no song broke through the close fallen night, nor any sound from cowering herd, only a dog's long lonely howl when from the window poured pale light. And from the wood the hoot came ghostly of the owl. More than sweet the noisy fire, the drumming wind, the creaking trees, and all that hum of summer air and all the long inquietude of breaking seas, sweet and delightful are in loneliness. But more than these the quiet light from the morn's sun and night's astonished moon, falling gently upon breaking seas. Such quietness another beauty is, and those stars so gravely still more than light, than beauty pour upon the strangeness of the heart's breaking seas. Waking lying beneath 100 seas of sleep with all those heavy waves flowing over me, and I unconscious of the rolling night until, slowly, from deep to lesser deep risen, I felt the wandering seas no longer cover me but only air and light. It was a sleep so dark and so bewilderingly deep that only deaths were deeper or completer, and none when I awoke stranger or sweeter. Awake, the strangeness still hung over me as I with far-strayed senses stared at the light. And who was I? Saw, oh, with what unaccustomed eye. The room was strange and everything strange, like a strange room entered by wild moonlight, and yet familiar as the light swept over me and I rose from the night. Strange, yet stranger I. And as one climbs from water up to land fumbling for weedy steps with foot and hand, so I for yesterdays whereon to climb to this remote and new-struck isle of time. But I found not myself nor yesterday, until, slowly, from deep to lesser deep risen, I felt the seas no longer over me but only air and light. Yes, like one clutching at a ring I heard the household noises as they stirred, and holding fast I wondered, what were they? I felt a strange hand lying at my side, limp and cool. I touched it and knew it mine. A murmur, and I remembered how the wind died in the near aspens. Then strange things were no more strange. I travelled among common thoughts again, and felt the new forged links of that strong chain that binds me to myself, and this today to yesterday. I heard it rattling near with a no more astonished ear. And I had lost the strangeness of that sleep, no more the long night rolled its great seas over me. Oh, too anxious I. For in this press of things familiar I have lost all that clung round me, a waking of strangeness and such sweetness. Nothing now is strange except the man that woke, and then was I the chair was made by hands long dead, polished by many bodies sitting there, until the wood lines flowed as clean as waves. Mine sat restless there, or propped to stare hugged the low kitchen with fond eyes or tired eyes that looked at nothing at all, or watched from the smoke rise the flame snake eyes, up the black bearded chimney leap, then on my shoulder my dull head would drop, and half asleep I heard her creep, her never-singing lips shut fast, fearing to wake me by a careless breath. Then, at last, my lids upcast, our eyes met, I smiled and she smiled, and I shut mine again and truly slept. Was I that child fretful, sick, wild? Was that you moving soft and soft between the rooms if I but played at sleep? Or if I laughed, talked, cried, or coughed, you smiled too, just perceptibly, or your large kind brown eyes said, "Oh poor boy." From the fireside I could see the narrow sky through the barred heavy window panes, could hear the sparrows quarrelling round the lilac, and hear the heavy rains choking in the roof drains, else of the world I nothing heard or nothing remember now. But most I loved to watch when you stirred busily like a bird at household doings, with hands floured mixing a magic with your cakes and tarts. Oh, into me, sick, froward, yourself you poured, in all those days and weeks when I sat, slept, woke, whimpered, wondered and slept again. Now but a memory to bless and harry me remains of you still swathed with care, myself your chief care, sitting by the hearth propped in the pillowed chair, following you with tired stare, and my hand following the wood lines by dead hands smoothed and followed many years. The stars in their courses and now, while the dark vast earth shakes and rocks in this wild dream-like snare of mortal shocks, how look, I muse, those cold and solitary stars on these magnificent, cruel wars, Venus, that brushes with her shining lips, surely, the wakeful edge of the world and mocks with hers its all-ungentle wantonness, or the large moon, pricked by the spars of ships creeping and creeping in their restlessness, the moon pouring strange light on things more strange, looks she unheedfully on seas and lands trembling with change and fear of counter-change. Oh, not earth trembles, but the stars, the stars. The sky is shaken and the cool air is quivering. I cannot look up to the crowded height and see the fair stars trembling in their light, for thinking of the star-like spirits of men crowding the earth and with great passion quivering, stars quenched in anger and hate, stars sick with pity. I cannot look up to the naked skies because a sorrow on dark midnight lies, death, on the living world of sense, because on my own land a shadow lies that may not rise, because from bare grey hillside and rich city streams of uncomprehending sadness pour, thwarting the eager spirit's pure intelligence. How look, I muse, those cold and solitary stars on these magnificent, cruel wars. Stars trembled in broad heaven, faint with pity. An hour to dawn I looked. Beside the trees wet mist shaped other trees that branching rose, covering the woods and putting out the stars. There was no murmur on the seas, no wind blew, only the wandering air that grows with dawn, then murmurs, sighs, and dies. The mist climbed slowly, putting out the stars, and the earth trembled when the stars were gone, and moving strangely everywhere upon the trembling earth, thickened the watery mist. And for a time the holy things are veiled. England's wise thoughts are swords, her quiet hours are trodden underfoot like wayside flowers, and every English heart is England's holy. In starless night a serious passion streams the heaven with light. A common beating is in the air, the heart of England throbbing everywhere. And all her roads are nerves of noble thought, and all her people's brain is but her brain, and all her history, less her shame, is part of her requickened consciousness. Her courage rises clean again. Even in victory there hides defeat, the spirit's murdered though the body survives, except the cause for which a people strives burn with no covetous, foul heat. Fights she against herself who infamously draws the sword against man's secret spiritual laws, but thou, England, because a bitter heel hath sought to bruise the brain, the sensitive will, the conscience of the world, for this, England, art risen, and shalt fight purely through long profoundest night, making their quarrel thine who are grieved like thee, and, if to thee the stars yield victory, tempering their hate of the great foe that hurled vainly her strength against the conscience of the world. I looked again, or dreamed I looked, and saw the stars again and all their peace again. The moving mist had gone, and shining still the moon went high and pale above the hill. Not now those lights were trembling in the vast ways of the nervy heaven, nor trembled earth, profound and calm they gazed as the soft-shod hours passed. And with less fear, not with less awe, remembering, England, all the blood and pain, how look, I cried, you stern and solitary stars on these disastrous wars. August, 1914. Shadows, the shadow of the lantern on the wall, the lantern hanging from the twisted beam, the eye that sees the lantern, shadow and all. The crackle of the sinking fire in the grate, the far train, the slow echo in the coombe, the ear that hears fire, train and echo and all. The loveliness that is the secret shape of once seen, sweet and oft dreamed loveliness, the brain that builds shape, memory, dream and all. A white moon stares time's thinning fabric through, and makes substantial insubstantial seem, and shapes immortal mortal as a dream, and eye and brain flicker as shadows do restlessly dancing on a cloudy wall. Robert Graves Starthawk, are you awake, Gemelli, this frosty night? We'll be awake till Reveille, which is sunrise, say the Gemelli. It's no good trying to go to sleep, if there's wine to be got we'll drink it deep, but rest is hopeless tonight, but rest is hopeless tonight. Are you cold too, poor Pleiades, this frosty night? Yes, and so are the Hyades, see us cuddle and hug, say the Pleiades, all six in a ring, it keeps us warm, we huddle together like birds in a storm, it's bitter weather tonight, it's bitter weather tonight. What do you hunt, Orion, this starry night? The ram, the bull and the lion and the great bear, says Orion. With my starry quiver and beautiful belt I am trying to find a good thick pelt to warm my shoulders tonight, to warm my shoulders tonight. Did you hear that, great she-bear, this frosty night? Yes, he's talking of stripping me bare of my own big fur, says the she-bear. I'm afraid of the man and his terrible arrow. The thought of it chills my bones to the marrow, and the frost so cruel tonight. And the frost so cruel tonight. How is your trade, Aquarius, this frosty night? Complaints is many and various, and my feet are cold, says Aquarius. There's Venus objects to dolphin scales, and Mars to crab spawn found in my pails, and the pump has frozen tonight, and the pump has frozen tonight. To Lucasta on going to the wars, for the fourth time, it doesn't matter what's the cause, what wrong they say we're righting, a curse for treaties, bonds and laws, when we're to do the fighting. And since we lads are proud and true, what else remains to do? Lucasta, when to France your man returns his fourth time, hating war, yet laughs as calmly as he can and flings an oath, but says no more. That is not courage, that's not fear. Lucasta, he is Fusilier, and his pride sends him here. Let statesmen bluster, bark and bray, and so decide who started this bloody war, and who's to pay, but he must be stout-hearted, must sit and stake with quiet breath, playing at cards with death. Don't plume yourself, he fights for you. It is no courage, love or hate, that lets us do the things we do. It's pride that makes the heart so great. It is not anger, no, nor fear. Lucasta, he's a Fusilier, and his pride keeps him here. Not dead, walking through trees to cool my heat and pain. I know that David's with me here again. All that is simple, happy, strong, he is. Caressingly I stroke rough bark of the friendly oak. A brook goes bubbling by, the voice is his. Turf burns with pleasant smoke, I laugh at chaffinch and at primroses. All that is simple, happy, strong, he is. Over the whole wood in a little while breaks his slow smile. In the wilderness Christ of his gentleness thirsting and hungering, walked in the wilderness, soft words of grace he spoke unto lost desert folk that listened wondering. He heard the bitterns call from ruined palace wall, answered them brotherly. He held communion with the she-pelican of lonely piety. Basilisk, cockatrice, flocked to his homilies, with mail of dread device, with monstrous barbed stings, with eager dragon eyes, great rats on leather wings, and poor blind broken things, foul in their miseries. And ever with him went, of all his wanderings comrade, with ragged coat, gaunt ribs, poor innocent, bleeding foot, burning throat, the guileless old scapegoat, for 40 nights and days followed in Jesus' ways, sure guard behind him kept, tears like a lover wept. Neglectful Edward, Nancy Edward, back from the Indian Sea, what have you brought for Nancy? Edward, a rope of pearls and a gold earring, and a bird of the east that will not sing. A carven tooth, a box with a key. Nancy, God be praised, you are back, says she. Have you nothing more for your Nancy? Edward, long as I sailed the Indian Sea, I gathered all for your fancy. Toys and silk and jewels I bring, and a bird of the east that will not sing. What more can you want, dear girl, from me? Nancy, God be praised, you are back, said she. Have you nothing better for Nancy? Edward, safe and home from the Indian Sea, and nothing to take your fancy. Nancy, you can keep your pearls and your gold earring, and your bird of the east that will not sing. But, Ned, have you nothing more for me than heathenish gewgaw toys, says she. Have you nothing better for Nancy? Julian Grenfell, born 1888, killed in action 1915, to a black greyhound, shining black in the shining light, inky black in the golden sun, graceful as the swallow's flight, light as swallow, winged one, swift as driven hurricane, double-sinewed stretch and spring, muffled thud of flying feet, see the black dog galloping, hear his wild foot beat. See him lie when the day is dead, black curves curled on the boarded floor. Sleepy eyes, my sleepy head, eyes that were aflame before. Gentle now, they burn no more, gentle now and softly warm, with the fire that made them bright hidden, as when after storm softly falls the night. Into battle the naked earth is warm with spring, and with green grass and bursting trees leans to the sun's gaze glorying, and quivers in the sunny breeze, and life is color and warmth and light, and a striving evermore for these, and he is dead who will not fight, and who dies fighting has increase. The fighting man shall from the sun take warmth, and life from the glowing earth, speed with the light foot winds to run, and with the trees to newer birth, and find, when fighting shall be done, great rest, and fullness after dearth. All the bright company of heaven hold him in their high comradeship, the dog star and the sisters seven, Orion's belt and sword hip. The woodland trees that stand together, they stand to him each one a friend, they gently speak in the windy weather, they guide to valley and ridge's end. The kestrel hovering by day, and the little owls that call by night, bid him be swift and keen as they, as keen of ear, as swift of sight. The blackbird sings to him, brother, brother, if this be the last song you shall sing, sing well, for you may not sing another, brother, sing. In dreary, doubtful, waiting hours, before the brazen frenzy starts, the horses show him nobler powers, O patient eyes, courageous hearts, and when the burning moment breaks, and all things else are out of mind, and only joy of battle takes him by the throat, and makes him blind through joy and blindness, he shall know, not caring much to know, that still, nor lead nor steel shall reach him, so that it be not the destined will. The thundering line of battle stands, and in the air death moans and sings, but day shall clasp him with strong hands, and night shall fold him in soft wings. I've o'er a journey to the poet before battle now, youth, the hour of thy dread passion comes, thy lovely things must all be laid away, and thou, as others, must face the riven day unstirred by rattle of the rolling drums, or bugle's strident cry. When mere noise numbs the sense of being, the fear-sick soul doth sway, remember thy great craft's honor, that they may say nothing in shame of poets. Then the crumbs of praise the little verseman joyed to take shall be forgotten, then they must know we are, for all our skill in words, equal in might and strong of metal as those we honored, make the name of poet terrible in just war, and like a crown of honor upon the fight. Song of pain and beauty to MMS. Oh, may these days of pain, these wasted seeming days, somewhere reflower again with scent and savor of praise, draw out of memory all bitterness of night with thy sun's rays. And strengthen thou in me the love of men here found, and eager charity, that, out of difficult ground, spring like flowers in barren deserts, or like light, or a lovely sound. A simpler heart than mine might have seen beauty clear when I could see no sign of thee, but only fear. Strengthen me, make me to see thy beauty always in every happening here. In Trenches, March 1917. Ralph Hodgson Eve, with her basket, was deep in the bells and grass, wading in bells and grass up to her knees, picking a dish of sweet berries and plums to eat, down in the bells and grass under the trees. Mute as a mouse in a corner the cobra lay, curled round a bough of the cinnamon tall. Now to get even and humble proud heaven, and now was the moment or never at all. Eva. Each syllable light as a flower fell. Eva, he whispered the wondering maid, soft as a bubble sung out of a linnet's lung, soft and most silverly. Eva, he said. Picture that orchard sprite, Eve, with her body white, supple and smooth to her slim fingertips, wondering, listening, Eve with a berry halfway to her lips. Oh, had our simple Eve seen through the make-believe! Had she but known the pretender he was! Out of the boughs he came whispering still her name, tumbling in 20 rings into the grass. Here was the strangest pair in the world anywhere, Eve in the bells and grass kneeling, and he telling his story low. Singing birds saw them go down the dark path to the blasphemous tree. Oh, what a clatter when Titmouse and Jenny Wren saw him successful and taking his leave. How the birds rated him, how they all hated him. How they all pitied poor motherless Eve. Picture her crying outside in the lane, Eve, with no dish of sweet berries and plums to eat, haunting the gate of the orchard in vain. Picture the lewd delight under the hill tonight, Eva, the toast goes round, Eva, again. The bull, see an old unhappy bull, sick in soul and body both, slouching in the undergrowth of the forest beautiful, banished from the herd he led, bulls and cows 1,000 head. Cranes and gaudy parrots go up and down the burning sky, treetop cats purr drowsily in the dim day green below, and troops of monkeys, nutting, some, all disputing, go and come, and things abominable sit picking offal buck or swine, on the mess, and over it burnished flies and beetles shine, and spiders big as bladders lie under hemlocks 10 foot high, and a dotted serpent curled round and round and round a tree, yellowing its greenery, keeps a watch on all the world and this old bull in the forest beautiful. Bravely by his fall he came, one he led, a bull of blood newly come to lusterhood, fought and put his prince to shame, snuffed and pawed the prostrate head tameless even while it bled. There they left him, every one, left him there without a lick, left him for the birds to pick, left him there for carrion, vilely from their bosom cast wisdom, worth and love at last. When the lion left his lair and roared his beauty through the hills, and the vultures pecked their quills and flew into the middle air, then this prince no more to reign came to life and lived again. He snuffed the herd in far retreat, he saw the blood upon the ground, and snuffed the burning airs around still with beevish odors sweet, while the blood ran down his head and his mouth ran slaver red. Pity him, this fallen chief, all his splendor, all his strength, all his body's breadth and length dwindled down with shame and grief, half the bull he was before, bones and leather, nothing more. See him standing dewlap deep in the rushes at the lake, surly, stupid, half asleep, waiting for his heart to break and the birds to join the flies feasting at his bloodshot eyes, standing with his head hung down in a stupor, dreaming things, green savannas, jungles brown, battlefields and bellowings, bulls undone and lions dead and vultures flapping overhead. Dreaming things, of days he spent with his mother gaunt and lean in the valley warm and green, full of baby wonderment, blinking out of silly eyes at 100 mysteries, dreaming over once again how he wandered with a throng of bulls and cows 1,000 strong, wandered on from plain to plain, up the hill and down the dale, always at his mother's tail, how he lagged behind the herd, lagged and tottered, weak of limb, and she turned and ran to him blaring at the loathly bird stationed always in the skies, waiting for the flesh that dies. Dreaming maybe of a day when her drained and drying paps turned him to the sweets and saps, richer fountains by the way, and she left the bull she bore and he looked to her no more, and his little frame grew stout, and his little legs grew strong, and the way was not so long, and his little horns came out, and he played at butting trees and boulder stones and tortoises, joined a game of knobby skulls with the youngsters of his year, all the other little bulls, learning both to bruise and bear. Learning how to stand a shock like a little bull of rock. Dreaming of a day less dim, dreaming of a time less far, when the faint but certain star of destiny burned clear for him, and a fierce and wild unrest broke the quiet of his breast. And the gristles of his youth hardened in his comely POW, and he came to writing growth, beat his bull and won his cow, and flew his tail and trampled off past the tallest, vain enough, and curved about in splendor full and curved again and snuffed the airs as who should say come out who dares I and all beheld a bull, and knew that here was surely one that backed for no bull, fearing none. And the leader of the herd looked and saw, and beat the ground, and shook the forest with his sound, bellowed at the loathly bird stationed always in the skies, waiting for the flesh that dies. Dreaming, this old bull forlorn, surely dreaming of the hour when he came to sultan power, and they owned him master horn, chiefest bull of all among bulls and cows 1,000 strong. And in all the tramping herd not a bull that barred his way, not a cow that said him nay, not a bull or cow that erred in the furnace of his look dared a second, worse rebuke, not in all the forest wide, jungle, thicket, pasture, fen, not another dared him then, dared him and again defied, not a sovereign buck or boar came a second time for more. Not a serpent that survived once the terrors of his hoof risked a second time reproof, came a second time and lived, not a serpent in its skin came again for discipline, not a leopard bright as flame, flashing finger hooks of steel, that a wooden tree might feel, met his fury once and came for a second reprimand, not a leopard in the land. Not a lion of them all, not a lion of the hills, hero of 1,000 kills, dared a second fight and fall, dared that ram terrific twice, paid a second time the price. Pity him, this dupe of dream, leader of the herd again only in his daft old brain, once again the bull supreme and bull enough to bear the part only in his tameless heart. Pity him that he must wake, even now the swarm of flies blackening his bloodshot eyes bursts and blusters round the lake, scattered from the feast half-fed, by great shadows overhead. And the dreamer turns away from his visionary herds and his splendid yesterday, turns to meet the loathly birds flocking round him from the skies, waiting for the flesh that dies. The song of honor. I climbed a hill as light fell short, and rooks came home in scramble sort, and filled the trees and flapped and fought and sang themselves to sleep. An owl from nowhere with no sound swung by and soon was nowhere found. I heard him calling halfway round, hollowing loud and deep, a pair of stars, faint pins of light. Then many a star sailed into sight, and all the stars, the flower of night, were round me at a leap. To tell how still the valleys lay, I heard a watchdog miles away, and bells of distant sheep. I heard no more of bird or bell. The mastiff in a slumber fell. I stared into the sky, as wondering men have always done, since beauty and the stars were one, though none so hard as I. It seemed, so still the valleys were, as if the whole world knelt at prayer, save me and me alone, so pure and wide that silence was. I feared to bend a blade of grass, and there I stood like stone. There, sharp and sudden, there I heard, some wild love-sick singing bird woke singing in the trees. The nightingale and babel wren were in the English greenwood then, and you heard one of these. The babel wren and nightingale sang in the Abyssinian vale that season of the year. Yet, true enough, I heard them plain, I heard them both again, as sharp and sweet and clear as if the Abyssinian tree had thrust a bough across the sea, had thrust a bough across to me with music for my ear. I heard them both, and oh, I heard the song of every singing bird that sings beneath the sky, and with the song of lark and wren the song of mountains, moths and men and seas and rainbows vie. I heard the universal choir, the sons of light exalt their sire with universal song, earth's lowliest and loudest notes, her 1,000,000 times 10,000,000 throats exalt him loud and long, and lips and lungs and tongues of grace from every part and every place within the shining of his face the universal throng. I heard the hymn of being sound from every well of honor found in human sense and soul, the song of poets when they write the testament of beauty's pride upon a flying scroll, the song of painters when they take a burning brush for beauty's Sake and limn her features whole, the song of men divinely wise who look and see in starry skies not stars so much as robins' eyes. And when these pale away hear flocks of shiny Pleiades among the plums and apple trees sing in the summer day, the song of all, both high and low to some blessed vision true, the song of beggars when they throw the crust of pity all men owe to hungry sparrows in the snow, old beggars hungry too, the song of kings of kingdoms when they rise above their fortune men, and crown themselves anew, the song of courage, heart and will and gladness in a fight, of men who face a hopeless hill with sparking and delight, the bells and bells of song that ring round banners of a cause or king from armies bleeding white, the songs of sailors every one when monstrous tide and tempest run at ships like bulls at red, when stately ships are twirled and spun like whipping tops and help there's none and mighty ships 10,000 ton go down like lumps of lead, and songs of fighters stern as they at odds with fortune night and day, crammed up in cities grim and grey as thick as bees in hives, hosannas of a lowly throng who sing unconscious of their song, whose lips are in their lives, and song of some at holy war with spells and gulls more dread by far than deadly seas and cities are, or hordes of quarrelling kings, the song of fighters great and small, the song of pretty fighters all, and high heroic things, the song of lovers, who knows how twitched up from place and time upon a sigh, a blush, a vow, a curve or hue of cheek or brow, borne up and off from here and now into the void sublime. And crying loves and passions still in every key from soft to shrill and numbers never done, dog loyalties to faith and friend, and loves like Ruth's of old no end, and intermission none, and burst on burst for beauty and for numbers not behind, from men whose love of motherland is like a dog's for one dear hand, soul, selfless, boundless, blind, and song of some with hearts beside for men and sorrows far and wide, who watch the world with pity and pride and warm to all mankind, and endless joyous music rise from children at their play, and endless soaring lullabies from happy mothers' eyes, and answering crows and baby cries, how many who shall say? And many a song as wondrous well with pangs and sweets intolerable from lonely hearths too grey to tell, God knows how utter grey. And song from many a house of care when pain has forced a footing there and there's a darkness on the stair will not be turned away, and song, that song whose singers come with old kind tales of pity from the great compassion's lips, that makes the bells of heaven to peal round pillows frosty with the feel of death's cold fingertips, the song of men all sorts and kinds, as many tempers, moods and minds as leaves are on a tree, as many faiths and castes and creeds, as many human bloods and breeds as in the world may be, the song of each and all who gaze on beauty in her naked blaze, or see her dimly in a haze, or get her light in fitful rays and tiniest needles even, the song of all not wholly dark, not wholly sunk in stupor stark too deep for groping heaven, and alleluias sweet and clear and wild with beauty men mishear, from choirs of song as near and dear to paradise as they, the everlasting pipe and flute of wind and sea and bird and brute, and lips deaf men imagine mute in wood and stone and clay, the music of a lion strong that shakes a hill a whole night long, a hill as loud as he, the twitter of a mouse among melodious greenery, the rubies and the rainbow's song, the nightingales, all three, the song of life that wells and flows from every leopard, lark and rose and everything that gleams or goes lackluster in the sea. I heard it all, every note of every lung and tongue and throat, every rhythm and rhyme of everything that lives and loves and upward, ever upward moves from lowly to sublime. Earth's multitudinous sons of light, I heard them lift their lyric might with each and every chanting sprite that lit the sky that wondrous night as far as I could climb. I heard it all, I heard the whole harmonious hymn of being roll up through the chapel of my soul and at the altar die, and in the awful quiet then myself I heard Amen, Amen, Amen I heard me cry. I heard it all, and then although I caught my flying senses, oh, a dizzy man was I. I stood and stared, the sky was lit, the sky was stars all over it, I stood, I knew not why, without a wish, without a will, I stood upon that silent hill and stared into the sky until my eyes were blind with stars, and still I stared into the sky. Reason has moons, but moons not hers lie mirrored on her sea, confounding her astronomers, but, oh, delighting me. James Joyce: strings in the earth and air make music sweet, strings by the river where the willows meet. There's music along the river, for love wanders there, pale flowers on his mantle, dark leaves on his hair. All softly playing, with head to the music bent, and fingers straying upon an instrument. I hear an army charging upon the land, and the thunder of horses plunging, foam about their knees, arrogant, in black armor, behind them stand, disdaining the reins, with fluttering whips, the charioteers. They cry unto the night their battle name, I moan in sleep when I hear afar their whirling laughter. They cleave the gloom of dreams, a blinding flame, clanging, clanging upon the heart as upon an anvil. They come shaking in triumph their long green hair, they come out of the sea and run shouting by the shore. My heart, have you no wisdom thus to despair? My love, my love, my love, why have you left me alone? D.H. Lawrence: service of all the dead between the avenues of cypresses, all in their scarlet cloaks, and surplices of linen, go the chaunting choristers, the priests in gold and black, the villagers. And all along the path to the cemetery the round, dark heads of men crowd silently, and black-scarfed faces of women-folk wistfully watch at the banner of death, and the mystery. And at the foot of a grave a father stands with sunken head, and forgotten, folded hands, and at the foot of a grave a woman kneels with pale shut face, and neither hears nor feels the coming of the chaunting choristers between the avenues of cypresses, the silence of the many villagers, the candle flames beside the surplices. Francis Ledwidge: killed in action, 1917. In France the silence of maternal hills is round me in my evening dreams, and round me music making rills and mingling waves of pastoral streams. Whatever way I turn I find the path is old unto me still. The hills of home are in my mind, and there I wander as I will. 3 February 1917. Thomas MacDonagh: he shall not hear the bittern cry in the wild sky, where he is lain, nor voices of the sweeter birds above the wailing of the rain. Nor shall he know when loud March blows through slanting snows her fanfare shrill, blowing to flame the golden cup of many an upset daffodil. But when the dark cow leaves the moor, and pastures poor with greedy weeds, perhaps he'll hear her low at morn lifting her horn in pleasant meads. In September still are the meadowlands, and still ripens the upland calm, and over the brown gradual hill the moon has dipped a horn. The voices of the dear unknown with silent hearts now call, my rose of youth is overblown and trembles to the fall. My song forsakes me like the birds that leave the rain and grey, I hear the music of the words my lute can never say. Rose Macaulay: Trinity Sunday. As I walked in Petty Cury on Trinity Day, while the cuckoos in the fields did shout, right through the city stole the breath of the May, and the scarlet doctors all about lifted up their heads to snuff at the breeze, and forgot they were bound for Great St. Mary's to listen to a sermon from the Master of Chios, and how balmy they said, the air is. And balmy it was, and the sweet bells rocking shook it till it rent in two and fell, a torn veil, and like maniacs mocking the wild things from without passed through. Wild wet things that swam in King's Parade the days it was a marshy fen, through the rent veil they did sprawl and wade blind bog beasts and Ugrian men. And the city was not. For cities are wrought of the stuff of the world's live brain. Cities are thin veils, woven of thought, and thought, breaking, rends them in twain. And the fens were not. For fens are dreams dreamt by a race long dead, and the earth is naught, and the sun but seems, and so those who know have said. So veil beyond veil inimitably lifted, and I saw the world's naked face, before, reeling and baffled and blind, I drifted back within the bounds of space. Asterisk 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 I have forgot the unforgettable. All of honey and milk the air is. God send I do forget. The merry winds swell in the scarlet gowns bound for St. Mary's. Thomas MacDonagh, born 1878. Executed after Easter week rising, 1916. Inscription on a ruin I stood beside the postern here, high up above the trampling sea, in shadow, shrinking from the spear of light, not daring hence to flee. The moon beyond the western cliff had passed, and let the shadow fall, across the water to the skiff that came on to the castle wall. I heard below murmur of words not loud, the splash upon the strand, and the long cry of darkling birds. The ivory horn fell from my hand. The night hunt in the morning, in the dark, when the stars begin to blunt, by the wall of Barner Park dogs I heard and saw them hunt. All the parish dogs were there, all the dogs 4 miles around, teeming up behind a hare, in the dark, without a sound. How I heard I scarce can tell, 'twas a patter in the grass, and I did not see them well come across the dark and pass. Yet I saw them and I knew spearman's dog and spellman's dog and, beside my own dog too, Leamy's from the island bog. In the morning when the sun burnished all the green to gorse, I went out to take a run round the bog upon my horse, and my dog that had been sleeping in the heat beside the door left his yawning and went leaping on 100 yards before. Through the village street we passed, not a dog there raised a snout, through the street and out at last on the white bog road and out over Barner Park full pace, over to the silver stream, horse and dog in happy race, rider between thought and dream. By the stream, at Leamy's house, lay a dog, my pace I curbed. But our coming did not rouse him from drowsing undisturbed, and my dog, as unaware of the other, dropped beside and went running by me there with my horse's slackened stride. Yet by something, by a twitch of the sleeper's eye, a look from the runner, something which little chords of feeling shook, I was conscious that a thought shuddered through the silent deep of a secret. I had caught something I had known in sleep. John Masefield CLM. In the dark womb where I began my mother's life made me a man. Through all the months of human birth her beauty fed my common earth. I cannot see, nor breathe, nor stir, but through the death of some of her Down in the darkness of the grave she cannot see the life she gave. For all her love, she cannot tell whether I use it ill or well, nor knock at dusty doors to find her beauty dusty in the mind. If the grave's gates could be undone, she would not know her little son, I am so grown. If we should meet she would pass by me in the street, unless my soul's face let her see my sense of what she did for me. What have I done to keep in mind my debt to her and womankind? What woman's happier life repays her for those months of wretched days? For all my monthless body leached ere birth's releasing hell was reached. What have I done, or tried, or said in thanks to that dear woman dead? Men triumph over women still, men trample women's rights at will, and man's lust roves the world untamed. Asterisk 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 O grave, keep shut lest I be shamed. What am I, life? What am I, life? A thing of watery salt held in cohesion by unresting cells which work they know not why, which never halt, myself unwitting where their master dwells. I do not bid them, yet they toil, they spin, a world which uses me as I use them, nor do I know which end or which begin, nor which to praise, which pamper, which condemn. So, like a marvel in a marvel set, I answer to the vast, as wave by wave the sea of air goes over, dry or wet, or the full moon comes swimming from her cave, or the great sun comes north. This myriad I tingles, not knowing how, yet wondering why. Harold Monroe journey I how many times I nearly miss the train by running up the staircase once again for some dear trifle almost left behind. At that last moment the unwary mind forgets the solemn tick of station time, that muddy lane the feet must climb, the bridge, the ticket, signal down, train just emerging beyond the town. The great blue engine panting as it takes the final curve, and grinding on its brakes up to the platform edge. The little doors swing open, while the burly porter roars. The tight compartment fills, our careful eyes go to explore each other's destinies. A lull. The station master waves. The train gathers, and grips, and takes the rails again, moves to the shining open land, and soon begins to tittle-tattle a tame tattoon. Too they ramble through the countryside, dear gentle monsters, and we ride pleasantly seated, so we sink into a torpor on the brink of thought, or read our books, and understand half them and half the backward gliding land, trees in a dance all twirling round, large rivers flowing with no sound, the scattered images of town and field, shining flowers half concealed. And, having settled to an equal rate, they swing the curve and straighten to the straight, curtail their stride and gather up their joints, snort, dwindle their steam for the noisy points, leap them in safety, and, the other side, loop again to an even stride. The long train moves, we move in it along. Like an old ballad, or an endless song, it drones and wimbles its unwearied croon, croons, drones, and mumbles all the afternoon. Towns with their 50 chimneys close and high, wreathed in great smoke between the earth and sky, it hurtles through them, and you think it must halt, but it shrieks and sputters them with dust, cracks like a bullet through their big affairs, rushes the station bridge, and disappears out to the suburb, laying bare each garden trimmed with pitiful care. Children are caught at idle play, held a moment, and thrown away. Nearly everyone looks round. Some dignified inhabitant is found right in the middle of the commonplace, buttoning his trousers, or washing his face. 3. The wild engine. Every time I sit in any train I must remember it. The way it smashes through the air, its great petulant majesty and terrible rate, driving the ground before it, with those round feet pounding, eating, covering the ground, the piston using up the white steam so you cannot watch it when it come or go, the cutting, the embankment, how it takes the tunnels, and the clatter that it makes, so careful of the train and of the track, guiding us out, or helping us go back, breasting its destination, at the close yawning, and slowly dropping to a doze. For we who have looked each other in the eyes this journey long, and trundled with the train, now to our separate purposes must rise, becoming decent strangers once again. The little chamber we have made our home in which we so conveniently abode, the complicated journey we have come, must be an unremembered episode. Our common purpose made us all like friends. How suddenly it ends! A nod, a murmur, or a little smile, or often nothing, and away we file. I hate to leave you, comrades. I will stay to watch you drift apart and pass away. It seems impossible to go and meet all those strange eyes of people in the street. But, like some proud unconscious god, the train gathers us up and scatters us again. Solitude when you have tidied all things for the night, and while your thoughts are fading to their sleep, you will pause a moment in the late firelight, too sorrowful to weep. The large and gentle furniture has stood in sympathetic silence all the day with that old kindness of domestic wood, nevertheless the haunted room will say, someone must be away. The little dog rolls over half awake, stretches his paws, yawns, looking up at you, wags his tail very slightly for your sake, that you may feel he is unhappy too. A distant engine whistles, or the floor creaks, or the wandering night wind bangs a door. Silence is scattered like a broken glass. The minutes prick their ears and run about, then one by one subside again and pass sedately in, monotonously out. You bend your head and wipe away a tear. Solitude walks one heavy step more near. Milk for the cat when the tea is brought at 5 o'clock, and all the neat curtains are drawn with care. The little black cat with bright green eyes is suddenly purring there. At first she pretends, having nothing to do, she has come in merely to blink by the grate, but, though tea may be late or the milk may be sour, she is never late. And presently her agate eyes take a soft large milky haze, and her independent casual glance becomes a stiff, hard gaze. Then she stamps her claws or lifts her ears, or twists her tail and begins to stir, till suddenly all her lithe body becomes one breathing, trembling purr. The children eat and wriggle and laugh, the two old ladies stroke their silk, but the cat is grown small and thin with desire, transformed to a creeping lust for milk. The white saucer like some full moon descends at last from the clouds of the table above, She sighs and dreams and thrills and glows, transfigured with love. She nestles over the shining rim, buries her chin in the creamy sea, her tail hangs loose, each drowsy paw is doubled under each bending knee. A long dim ecstasy holds her life, her world is an infinite shapeless white, till her tongue has curled the last half drop, then she sinks back into the night, draws and dips her body to heap her sleepy nerves in the great armchair, lies defeated and buried deep 3 or 4 hours unconscious there. Tea sturge more sent from Egypt with a fair rope of tissue to a Sicilian vine dresser. 276 BC put out to sea, if wine thou wouldest make such as is made in Kos, when open boat may safely launch, advice of pilots take, and find the deepest bottom, most remote from all encroachment of the crumbling shore, where no fresh stream tempers the rich salt wave, forcing rash sweetness on sage ocean's brine, as youthful shepherds pour their first love forth to bateaus gnarled and grave, fooling shrewd age to bless some fond design. Not after storm, but when, for a long spell, no white-maned horse has raced across the blue, put from the beach. Less troubled be the well, less pure thy draught than from such depth were due. Fast close thy largest jars, prepared and clean. Next weigh each buoyant womb down through the flood, far down. When, with a cord the lid remove, and it will fill unseen, swift as a heart love smites sucks back the blood, this bubbles, deeper born than sighs, shall prove. If thy bowed shoulders ache, as thou dost haul, those groan who climb with rich ore from the mine, labor untold round Ilion girt a wall, a god toiled that Achilles' arms might shine, think of these things and double knit thy will. Then, should the sun be hot on thy return, cover thy jars with piles of bladder weed, dripping, and fragrant still from sea-wolds where it grows like bracken fern, a grapnel dragged will soon supply thy need. Home to a ton convey thy precious freight, wherein, for 30 days, it should abide, closed, yet not quite closed from the air, and wait while, through dim stillness, slowly doth subside thick sediment. The humor of a day, which has defeated youth and health and joy, down, through a dreamless sleep, will settle thus, till riseth maiden gay set free from all glooms past, or else a boy once more a school friend worthy Troilus. Yet to such cool wood tank some dream might dip, vision of Aphrodite sunk to sleep, or of some sailor let down from a ship, young, dead, and lovely, while across the deep, through the calm night, his hoarse-voiced comrades shoned, so far at sea, they cannot reach the land to lay him perfect in the warm brown earth. Pray that such dreams their haunt. While, through damp darkness, where thy tun doth stand, cold salamanders sidle round its girth. Gently draw off the clear and tomb it yet for other 20 days in cedarn casks. Where through trance, surely, prophecy will set, as, dedicated to light temple tasks, the young priest dreams the unknown mystery. Through Ariadne, knelt disconsolate in the sea's marge, so welled back warmth which throbbed with nuptial promise, she turned, and, half choked through dewy glens, some great, some magic drone of revel coming sobbed. Of glorious fruit, indeed, must be thy choice, such as has fully ripened on the branch, such as dew rain, then sunshine, made rejoice, which, pulped and coloured, now deep bloom doth blanch, clusters like oats for victors in the games, strophe on strophe globed, pure nectar all. Spread such to dry, if Helios grant thee grace, exposed unto his flames 2 days, or, if not, 3, or, should rain fall, stretch them on hurdles in the house 4 days. Grapes are not shard chestnuts, which the tree lets fall to burst them on the ground, where red rolls forth the fruit, from white-lined wards set free, and all undamaged glows mid husks it shed, nay, they are soft and should be singly stripped from off the bunch, by maiden's dainty hand, then dropped through the cool silent depth to sink, coy, as herself hath slipped, bathing, from shelves in caves along the strand, till round each dark grape water barely wink, since some 9 measures of sea water fill a butt of 50, ere the plump fruit peep, like sombre dolphin shoals when nights are still, which penned in produce wizard circle sleep, and twixt them glinting curves of silver glance if zephyr, dimpling dark calm, counts them o'er a dot, let soak thy fruit for 2 days thus, then tread. While bare-legged bumpkins dance, bright from thy bursting press arched spouts shall pour, and gurgling torrents towards thy vats run red. Meanwhile the maidens, each with wooden rake, drag back the skins and laugh at aprons splashed, or youths rest, boasting how their brown arms ache, so fast their shovels for so long have flashed, baffling their comrades' legs with mounting heaps. Treble their labour. Still the happier they, who at this genial task wear out long hours, till vast night round them creeps, when soon the torchlight dance whirls them away, for gods who love wine double all their powers. Iacchus is the always grateful god. His vineyards are more fair than gardens far, hanging, like those of Babylon, they nod o'er each Ionian cliff and hillside scar. While Cyprus lends him saltness, depth, and peace, the brown earth yields him sap for richest green, and he has borrowed laughter from the sky, wildness from winds, and bees bring honey. Then choose casks which thou hast seen are leakless, very wholesome, and quite dry. That cone wine the very finest is, I do assure thee, who have travelled much and learned to judge of diverse vintages. Faint not before the toil. This wine is such as tempteth princes launch long pirate barks, from which may Zeus protect Sicilian bays, and, ere long, me safe home from Egypt bring, letting no black-sailed sharks scent this king's gifts, for whom I sweeten praise with those same songs thou didst to Chloe sing. I wrote them 'neath the vine-cloaked elm, for thee. Recall those nights. Our couches were a load of scented lentisk, upward, tree by tree, thy father's orchard sloped, and past us flowed a stream sluiced for his vineyards, when, above, the apples fell, they onto us were rolled, but kept us not awake. Olaco, own how thou didst rave of love. Now art thou stayed, thy son is 3 years old, but I, who made thee love songs, live alone. Muse thou at dawn o'er thy yet slumbering wife, not chary of her best was nature there, who, though a third of her full gift of life was spent, still added beauties still more rare, what calm slow days, what holy sleep at night, evolved her for long twilight trystings fraught with panic blushes and tiptoe surmise, and then, what mystic might, all, with a crowning boon, through travail brought. Consider this and give thy best likewise. Ungrateful be not. Loco, ne'er be that. Well worth thy while to make such wine 'twould be. I see thy red face 'neath thy broad straw hat, I see thy house, thy vineyards, Sicily, thou dost demur, good but too easy friend. Come, put those doubts away. Thou'st strong lads, brave wenches, on the steep beach lolls thy ship where vine-clad slopes descend, sheltering our bay, that headlong rillet glads, like a stripped child fain in the sea to dip. A Spanish picture thy life is over now, Don Juan, thy fingers are so shrunk that all their rings from off their cold tips crowd, where limp thy hand hath sunk, on a trestle table laid, Don Juan, a half-mask near thine ear, a visor black in which void gape two gaps wherethrough thou oft didst leer. Thou waitest for the priests, Don Juan, to bear thee to thy grave, thou art theirs at length beyond all doubt, but hast now no soul to save. Thou wast brought home last night, Don Juan, upon a stable door, beneath a young nun's casement, found dropped dead, where thou hadst wooed of yore, to pay their trouble then, Don Juan, those base grooms took thy sword, a rapier to fetch gold, with chagrined sheath, wrought hand grip, and silk cord, which, with thy fame enhanced, Don Juan, were worth Hidalgo's rent, yet on which now, at most, some fume would or may by some fop be spent. Dull brown a cloak enwraps, Don Juan, both thy lean shanks, one arm. That old bird cage thy breast, where like magpie thy heart hopped on alarm. Yet out beyond thy cloak, Don Juan, thrust prim white stockinged feet, silk stockinged feet that in quadrille pranced round, slippers high-heeled and neat, thy silver-buckled shoes, Don Juan, no more shall tread a floor. Beside their heels upon the board lies now a half-peeled onion's core, munching, a crone, that knew, Don Juan, thy best contrived plots, hobbles about the room, whose gaunt stone walls drear echo as she trots. She makes her bundle up, Don Juan, she'll not forget thy rings, thy buckles, nor silk stockings, nay, not she. They'll go with her few things. Those lids she hath pulled down, Don Juan, that lowered ne'er for shame, no spark from beauty more in thy brain pan, shall make its tinder flame. Thou hast enjoyed all that, Don Juan, which good resolves doth daunt, which hypocrites doth tempt to stake vile souls, which cowards crave and want. Thou wast an envied man, Don Juan, long shalt be envied still. Thou hadst thy beauty as the proud pardeth, and instinct trained to skill. A duet flowers nodding gaily, scent in air, flowers posed, flowers for the hair, sleepy flowers, flowers bold to stare, oh, pick me some. Shells with lip, or tooth, or bleeding gum, telltale shells, and shells that whisper come shells that stammer, blush, and yet are dumb, oh, let me hear. Eyes so black they draw one trembling near, brown eyes, caverns flooded with a tear, cloudless eyes, blue eyes so windy clear, oh, look at me. Kisses sadly blown across the sea, darkling kisses, kisses fair and free, bobbay cherry kisses 'neath a tree, oh, give me one. Thus sang a king and queen in Babylon. The gazelles when the sheen on tall summer grass is pale, across blue skies white clouds float on in shoals, or disperse and singly sail, till, the sun being set, they all are gone, yet, as long as they may shine bright in the sun, they flock or stray through the daylight bland, while their stealthy shadows like foxes run beneath where the grass is dry and tanned, and the waste, in hills that swell and fall, goes heaving into yet dreamier haze, and a wonder of silence is over all where the eye feeds long like a lover's gaze. Then, cleaving the grass, gazelles appear, the gentler dolphins of kindlier waves, with sensitive heads alert of ear, frail crowds that a delicate hearing saves, that rely on the nostrils' keenest power, and are governed from trance-like distances by hopes and fears, and, hour by hour, sagacious of safety, snuff the breeze. They keep together, the timid hearts, and each one's fear with a panic thrill is passed to 100, and if one starts in 3 seconds all are over the hill. A Nimrod might watch, in his hall's wan space, after the feast, on the moonlit floor, the timorous mice that troop and race, as tranced o'er those herds the sun doth pour, like a wearied tyrant sated with food who envies each tiniest thief that steals its hour from his abstracted mood, for it living zest and beauty reveals. He alone, save the quite dispassionate moon, sees them. She stares at the prowling pard who surprises their sleep and, how soon is riding the weakest or sleepiest hard. Let an agony's nightmare course begin, 4 feet with 5 spurs apiece control, like a horse thief reduced to save his skin or a devil that rides a human soul. The race is as long as recorded time, yet brief as the flash of assassin's knife, for 'tis crammed as history is with crime twixt the throbs at taking and losing life, then the warm wet clutch on the nape of the neck, through which the keen incisors drive, then the fleet knees give, down drops the wreck of yesterday's pet that was so alive. Yet the moon is naught concerned, no. She shines as on a drifting plank far in some northern sea streams flow from which 2 numbed hands loosened and sank. Such thinning their number must suffer, and worse when hither at times the Shah's children roam, their infant listlessness to immerse in energy's ancient upland home, for here the shepherd in years of old was taught by the stars, and bred a race that welling forth from these highlands rolled in tides of conquest o'er earth's face, on piebald ponies or else milk-white, here, with green bridles in silver bound, a crescent moon on the violet night of their saddle cloths, or a sun-rayed round. With tiny bells on their harness ringing, and voices that laugh and are shrill by starts, prancing, curvetting, and with them bringing swift shares cooped up in light-wheeled carts, they come, and their dainty pavilions pitch in some valley, beside a sinuous pool, where a grove of cedars towers in which herons have built, where the shade is cool, where they tether their ponies to low-hung boughs, where long through the night their red fires gleam, where the morning's stir doth them arouse to their bath in the lake, as from dreams to a dream. And thence in an hour their hunt rides forth, and the shares course the shy gazelle to the east or west or south or north, and every eve in a distant vale a hecatomb of the slaughtered beasts is piled. Tongues loll from breathless throats, round large jet eyes the horsefly feasts, jet eyes, which now are blue film coats. Dead there they bleed, and each prince there is met by his sister, wife, or bride, delicious ladies with long dark hair, and soft dark eyes, and brows arched wide, in quilted jacket, embroidered sash, and tent-like skirts of pleated lawn, while their silk-lined jeweled slippers flash round bare feet bedded like pools at dawn, so choicefully prepared to please, young, female, royal of race and mood. In indolent compassion these o'er those dead beauteous creatures brood. They lean some minutes against their friend, a lad not slow to praise himself, who tells how this one met his end outraced, or trapped by leopard stealth, and boasts his shares fleetest are. Through his advice the chance occurred, that leeward vale by which the car was well brought round to head the herd. Seeing him bronzed by sun and wind, she feels his power and owns him lord. Then, that his courage may please her mind, with a soft coy hand half draws his sword, just shudders to see the cold steel gleam, and drops it back in the long curved sheath. She will make his evening meal a dream and surround his sleep like some rich wreath of heavy-lidded flowers bewitched to speak soft words of ecstasy to wizard king old, wise, and enriched with all save youth's and love's sweet glee. But, while they sleep, the orphaned herd and wounded stragglers, through the night wander in pain, and wail unheard to the moon and the stars so cruelly bright. Why are they born? Ah! Why beget they in the long November gloom heirs of their beauty, their fleetness, yet heirs of their panics, their pangs, their doom? That to princely spouses children are born to be daintily bred and taught to please, has a fitness like the return of morn. But why perpetuate lives like these? Why, with horns that jar and with fiery eyes, should the male stags fight for the shuddering does through the drear dark nights, with frequent cries from tyrant lust or outlawed woes? Doth the meaningless beauty of their lives rave in the spring, when they course afar like the shadows of birds? And the young fawn strives till its parents no longer the fleetest are. Like the shadows of flames which the sun's rays throw on Achilles' blank wall, where glaziers dwell, pale shadows as those from glasses they blow, yet that lap at the blank wall and rebel, even so to my curious trance-like thought those herds move over those pallid hills, with fever as of a frail life caught in circumstance o'ercharged with ills, more like the shadow of lives than life, almost like the life that is never born from baffled purpose and foredoomed strife, that in each man's heart must be hidden from scorn yet with something of beauty very rare, unseizable, fugitive, half discerned, the trace of intentions that might have been fair in action, left on a face that yearned but long has ceased to yearn, alas! So faint a trace do they leave on the slopes of hills as sleek as their coats with grass, so faint may the trace be of noblest hopes. Yet why are they born to roam and die? Can their beauty answer thy query, O soul? Nay, nor that of hopes which were born to fly, but whose pinions the common and coarse day stole. Like that region of grassy hills outspread, a realm of our thoughts knows days and nights and summers and winters, and has fed ineffectual herds of vanished delights. Robert Nichols 2, asleep within the deadest hour of night and turning with the earth, I was aware how suddenly the eastern curve was bright, as when the sun arises from his lair. But not the sun arose, it was thy hair shaken up heaven in tossing leagues of light. Since then I know that neither night nor day may I escape thee, O my heavenly hell. Awake, in dreams, thou springest to waylay, and should I dare to die, I know full well whose voice would mock me in the morning bell, whose face would greet me in hell's fiery way. Farewell to place of comfort for the last time, maybe, upon the knoll I stand. The eve is golden, languid, sad. Day like a tragic actor plays his role to the last whispered word, and falls gold-clad. I, too, take leave of all I ever had. They shall not say I went with heavy heart, heavy I am, but soon I shall be free. I love them all, but oh, I now depart a little sadly, strangely, fearfully, as one who goes to try a mystery. The bell is sounding down in Dudhun Vale, be still, O bell. Too often standing here when all the air was tremulous, fine, and pale, thy golden note so calm, so still, so clear, out of my stony heart has struck a tear. And now tears are not mine. I have release from all the former and the later pain, like the mid-sea I rock in boundless peace, soothed by the charity of the deep-sea rain. Calm rain. Calm sea. Calm found, long sought in vain. O bronzen pines, evening of gold and blue, steep mellow slope, brimmed twilit pool below, hushed trees, still veil dissolving in the dew, farewell. Farewell. There is no more to do. We have been happy. Happy now I go. The full heart alone on the shore in the pause of the night time I stand and I hear the long wind blow light, I view the constellations quietly, quietly burning, I hear the wave fall in the hush of the night. Long after I am dead, ended this bitter journey, many another whose heart holds no light shall your solemn sweetness, hush, awe, and comfort, O my companions, wind, waters, stars, and night. Near Gold Cap, 1916. The tower it was deep night, and over Jerusalem's low roofs the moon floated, drifting through high vaporous woofs. The moonlight crept and glistened silent, solemn, sweet, over dome and column, up empty, endless street, in the closed, scented gardens the rose loosed from the stem her white showery petals, none regarded them, the starry thicket breathed odors to the sentinel palm, silence possessed the city like a soul possessed by calm. Not a spark in the warren under the giant night, save where in a turret's lantern beamed a grave, still light. There in the topmost chamber a gold-eyed lamp was lit, marvelous lamp in darkness, informing, redeeming it. For, set in that tiny chamber, Jesus, the blessed and doomed, spoke to the lone apostles as light to men entombed, and spreading his hands in blessing, as one soon to be dead, he put soft enchantment into spare wine and bread. The hearts of the disciples were broken and full of tears, because their Lord, the spearless, was hedged about with spears, and in his face the sickness of departure had spread a gloom at leaving his young friends friendless. They could not forget the tomb. He smiled subduedly, telling, in tones soft as voice of the dove, the endlessness of sorrow, the eternal solace of love, and lifting the earthly tokens, wine and sorrowful bread, he bade them sup and remember one who lived and was dead. And they could not restrain their weeping. But one rose up to depart, having weakness and hate of weakness raging within his heart, and bowed to the robed assembly whose eyes gleamed wet in the light. Judas arose and departed, night went out to the night. Then Jesus lifted his voice like a fountain in an ocean of tears, and comforted his disciples and calmed and allayed their fears. But Judas wound down the turret, creeping from floor to floor, and would fly, but one leaning, weeping, barred him beside the door. And he knew her by her ruddy garment and two yet watching men, Mary of 7 evils, Mary Magdalene. And he was frighted at her. She sighed, I dreamed him dead. We sell the body for silver. Then Judas cried out and fled forth into the night. The moon had begun to set, a drear, deft wind went sifting, setting the dust afret. Into the heart of the city Judas ran on and prayed to stern Jehovah lest his deed make him afraid. But in the tiny lantern, hanging as if on air, the disciples sat unspeaking. Amaze and peace were there. For his voice, more lovely than song of all earthly birds, in accents humble and happy spoke slow, consoling words. Thus Jesus discoursed, and was silent, sitting upright, and soon past the casement behind him slanted the sinking moon, and, rising for all of it, all stared, between love and dread, seeing the torrid moon a ruddy halo behind his head. Fulfillment was their love once. I have forgotten her. Was their grief once. Grief yet is mine. Other loves I have, men rough, but men who stir more grief, more joy, than love of thee and thine. Faces cheerful, full of whimsical mirth, lined by the wind, burned by the sun, bodies enraptured by the abounding earth, as whose children we are brethren, one. And any moment may descend hot death to shatter limbs. Pulp, tear, blast beloved soldiers who love rough life and breath not less for dying faithful to the last. Oh, the fading eyes, the grimed face turned bony, opt mouth gushing, fallen head, lessening pressure of a hand shrunk, clammed, and stony. O sudden spasm, release of the dead. Was there love once? I have forgotten her. Was there grief once? Grief yet is mine. O loved, living, dying, heroic soldier, all, my joy, my grief, my love, are thine. The sprig of lime he lay, and those who watched him were amazed to see unheralded beneath the lid's twin tears, new gathered at the price of pain, start and at once run crookedly athwart cheeks channeled long by pain, never by tears. So desolate to the sigh next uttered they had wept also, but his great lips moved, and bending down one heard, a sprig of lime, bring me a sprig of lime. Whereat she stole with dumb signs forth to pluck the thing he craved. So lay he till a lime twig had been snapped from some still branch that swept the outer grass far from the silver pillar of the hole, which mounting past the house's crusted roof split into massy limbs, crossed boughs, a maze of close compacted into contorted staffs bowered in foliage where through the sun shot sudden showers of light or crystal spars or wavered in a green and vitreous flood. And all the while in faint and fainter tones scarce audible on deepened evening's hush he framed his curious and last request, for lime, a sprig of lime. Her trembling hand closed his loose fingers on the awkward stem covered above with gentle heart-shaped leaves and under dangling, pale as honey wax, square clusters of sweet-scented starry flowers. She laid his bent arm back upon his breast, then watched above white knuckles clenched in prayer. He never moved. Only at last his eyes opened, then brightened in such avid gaze she feared the coma mastered him again. But no, strange sobs rose chuckling in his throat, a stranger ecstasy suffused the flesh of that just mask so sun-dried, gouged and old, which few, too few, had loved, too many feared. "Father," she cried, "Father!" He did not hear. She knelt and kneeling drank the scent of limes, blown round the slow blind by a vesperal gust, till the room swam. So the lime incense blew into her life as once it had in his, though how and when and with what ageless charge of sorrow and deep joy how could she know? Sweet lime that often at the height of noon diffusing dizzy fragrance from your boughs, tasseled with blossoms mere innumerable than the black bees, the uproar of whose toil filled your green vaults, winning such metheglin as clouds their sappy cells, distill, as once ye used, your sunniest emanations toward the window where a woman kneels, she who within that room in childish hours lay through the lasting murmur of blanched noon behind the sultry blind, now full now flat, drinking anew of every odorous breath, supremely happy in her ignorance of time that hastens hourly and of death who need not haste. Scatter your fumes, O lime, loose from each hispid star of citron bloom, tangled beneath the labyrinthine boughs, cloud on such stinging cloud of exhalations as reek of youth, fierce life and summer's prime, though hardly now shall he in that dusk room savour your sweetness, since the very sprig, profuse of blossom and of essences, he smells not, who in a paltering hand clasps it laid close his peaked and gleaming face propped in the pillow. Breathe silent, lofty lime, your curfew secrets out in fervid scent to the attendant shadows. Tinge the air of the midsummer night that now begins, at an owl's awing flight from dusk to dusk and downward caper of the giddy bat hawking against the lustre of bare skies, with something of unfathomable bliss he, who lies dying there, knew once of old in the serene trance of a summer night when with abundance of his young bride's hair loosed on his breast he lay and dared not sleep, listening for the scarce motion of your boughs, which sighed with bliss as she with blissful sleep, and drinking desperately each honeyed wave of perfume wafted past the ghostly blind knew first implacable and bitter sense of time that hastes and death who need not haste. Shed your last sweetness, limes. But now no more. She, fruit of that night's love, she heeds you not, who bent, compassionate, to the dim floor, takes up the sprig of lime and presses it in pain against the stumbling of her heart, knowing, untold, he cannot need it now. Seumas a Sullivan, the twilight people. It is a whisper among the hazel bushes. It is a long low whispering voice that fills with a sad music the bending and swaying rushes. It is a heartbeat deep in the quiet hills. Twilight people, why will you still be crying, crying and calling to me out of the trees? For under the quiet grass the wise are lying, and all the strong ones are gone over the seas. And I am old, and in my heart at your calling only the old dead dreams a fluttering go, as the wind, the forest wind, in its falling sets the withered leaves fluttering to and fro. Wilfred Owen, born 1893, killed in action, 1918. Strange meeting, it seemed that out of the battle I escaped down some profound dull tunnel, long since scooped through granites which titanic wars had groined. Yet also their encumbered sleepers groaned, too fast in thought or death to be bestirred. Then, as I probed them, one sprang up, and stared with piteous recognition in fixed eyes, lifting distressful hands as if to bless. And by his smile, I knew that sullen hall. With 1,000 fears that vision's face was grained, yet no blood reached there from the upper ground, and no guns thumped, or down the flues made moan. Strange, friend, I said, here is no cause to mourn. None, said the other, save the undone years. The hopelessness. Whatever hope is yours, was my life also. I went hunting wild after the wildest beauty in the world, which lies not calm in eyes, or braided hair, but mocks the steady running of the hour, and if it grieves, grieves richlier than here. For by my glee might many men have laughed, and of my weeping something has been left, which must die now. I mean the truth untold, the pity of war, the pity war distilled. Now men will go content with what we spoiled, or, discontent, boil bloody, and be spilled. They will be swift with swiftness of the tigress, none will break ranks, though nations trek from progress. Courage was mine, and I had mystery, wisdom was mine, and I had mastery, to miss the march of this retreating world into vain citadels that are not walled. Then, when much blood had clogged their chariot wheels, I would go up and wash them from sweet wells, even with truths that lie too deep for taint. I would have poured my spirit without stint, but not through wounds, not on the cess of war. Foreheads of men have bled where no wounds were. I am the enemy you killed, my friend. I knew you in this death, for so you frowned yesterday through me as you jabbed and killed. I parried, but my hands were loath and cold. Let us sleep now. Joseph Plunkett, born 1887. Executed after the Easter week rising, 1916. I see his blood upon the rose, I see his blood upon the rose, and in the stars the glory of his eyes. His body gleams amid eternal snows, his tears fall from the skies. I see his face in every flower, the thunder and the singing of the birds are but his voice, and carven by his power rocks are his written words. All pathways by his feet are worn, his strong heart stirs the ever-beating sea, his crown of thorns is twined with every thorn, his cross is every tree. Siegfried Sassoon in the pink, so Davies wrote, "This leaves me in the pink." Then scrawled his name, "Your loving sweetheart, Willie," with crosses for a hug. He'd had a drink of rum and tea, and, though the barn was chilly, for once his blood ran warm, he had pay to spend. Winter was passing, soon the year would mend. He couldn't sleep that night. Stiff in the dark he groaned and thought of Sundays at the farm, when he'd go out as cheerful as a lark in his best suit to wander arm in arm with brown-eyed Gwen, and whisper in her ear the simple silly things she liked to hear. And then he thought, tomorrow night we trudge up to the trenches, and my boots are rotten. 5 miles of stodgy clay and freezing sludge, and everything but wretchedness forgotten. Tonight he's in the pink, but soon he'll die. And still the war goes on, he don't know why. The deathbed he drowsed and was aware of silence heaped round him, unshaken as the steadfast walls, aqueous like floating rays of amber light, soaring and quivering in the wings of sleep, silence and safety, and his mortal shore lipped by the inward, moonless waves of death. Someone was holding water to his mouth. He swallowed, unresisting, moaned and dropped through crimson gloom to darkness, and forgot the opiate throb and ache that was his wound. Water, calm, sliding green above the weir, water, a skylit alley for his boat, bird-voiced, and bordered with reflected flowers and shaken hues of summer. Drifting down, he dipped contented oars, and sighed, and slept. Night, with a gust of wind, was in the ward, blowing the curtain to a glimmering curve. Night. He was blind. He could not see the stars glinting among the wraiths of wandering cloud, queer blots of color, purple, scarlet, green, flickered and faded in his drowning eyes. Rain, he could hear it rustling through the dark fragrance and passionless music woven as one, warm rain on drooping roses, pattering showers that soak the woods. Not the harsh rain that sweeps behind the thunder, but a trickling peace gently and slowly washing life away. He stirred, shifting his body, then the pain leaped like a prowling beast, and gripped and tore his groping dreams with grinding claws and fangs. But someone was beside him, soon he lay shuddering because that evil thing had passed. And death, who'd stepped toward him, paused and stared. Light many lamps and gather round his bed. Lend him your eyes, warm blood, and will to live. Speak to him, rouse him, you may save him yet. He's young, he hated war, how should he die when cruel old campaigners win safe through? But death replied, I choose him. So he went, and there was silence in the summer night, silence and safety, and the veils of sleep. Then, far away, the thudding of the guns. Counter-attack. We'd gained our first objective hours before while dawn broke like a face with blinking eyes, pallid, unshaved and thirsty, blind with smoke. Things seemed all right at first. We held their line, with bombers posted, Lewis guns well placed, and clink of shovels deepening the shallow trench. The place was rotten with dead, green clumsy legs high-booted, sprawled and grovelled along the saps, and trunks, face downward, in the sucking mud, wallowed like trodden sandbags loosely filled, and naked sodden buttocks, mats of hair, bulged, clotted heads slept in the plastering slime. And then the rain began, the jolly old rain. A yawning soldier knelt against the bank, staring across the morning blear with fog. He wondered when the Allemands would get busy, and then, of course, they started with 5-9s traversing, sure as fate, and never a dud. Mute in the clamor of shells he watched them burst, spouting dark earth and wire with gusts from hell, while posturing giants dissolved in drifts of smoke. He crouched and flinched, dizzy with galloping fear, sick for escape, loathing the strangled horror and butchered, frantic gestures of the dead. An officer came blundering down the trench, stand to and man the fire step. On he went, gasping and bawling, fire step. Counter-attack. Then the haze lifted. Bombing on the right down the old sap, machine guns on the left, and stumbling figures looming out in front. Oh Christ, they're coming at us. Bullets spat, and he remembered his rifle, rapid fire. And started blazing wildly. Then a bang crumpled and spun him sideways, knocked him out to grunt and wriggle. None heeded him, he choked and fought the flapping veils of smothering gloom, lost in a blurred confusion of yells and groans. Down, and down, and down, he sank and drowned, bleeding to death. The counter-attack had failed. Dreamers' soldiers are citizens of death's grey land, drawing no dividend from time's tomorrows. In the great hour of destiny they stand, each with his feuds, and jealousies, and sorrows. Soldiers are sworn to action, they must win some flaming, fatal climax with their lives. Soldiers are dreamers, when the guns begin they think of fire-lit homes, clean beds, and wives. I see them in foul dugouts, gnawed by rats, and in the ruined trenches, lashed with rain, dreaming of things they did with balls and bats, and mocked by hopeless longing to regain bank holidays, and picture shows, and spats, and going to the office in the train. Everyone sang, everyone suddenly burst out singing, and I was filled with such delight as prisoned birds must find in freedom, winging wildly across the white orchards and dark green fields, on, and out of sight. Everyone's voice was suddenly lifted, and beauty came like the setting sun. My heart was shaken with tears, and horror drifted away. Oh, but everyone was a bird, and the song was wordless, the singing will never be done. Edward Shanks a night piece come out and walk. The last few drops of light drain silently out of the cloudy blue, the trees are full of the dark stooping night, the fields are wet with dew. All's quiet in the wood but, far away, down the hillside and out across the plain, moves, with long trail of white that marks its way, the softly panting train. Come through the clearing. Hardly now we see the flowers, save dark or light against the grass, or glimmering silver on a scented tree that trembles as we pass. Hark now! So far, that distant song. Move not the rustling grasses with your feet. The dusk is full of sounds, that all along the muttering boughs repeat. So far, so faint, we lift our heads in doubt. Wind, or the blood that beats within our ears, has feigned a dubious and delusive note, such as a dreamer hears. Again, again, the faint sounds rise and fail. So far the enchanted tree, the songs so low. A drowsy thrush, a waking nightingale. Silence. We do not know. The glowworm, the pale road winds faintly upward into the dark skies, and beside it on the rough grass that the wind invisibly stirs, sheltered by sharp-speared gorse and the buried junipers, shining steadily with a green light, the glowworm lies. We regard it, and this hill and all the other hills that fall in folds to the river, very smooth and steep, and the hangers and breaks that the darkness thickly fills fade like phantoms round the light, and night is deep, so deep, that all the world is emptiness about the still flame, and we are small shadows standing lost in the huge night. We gather up the glowworm, stooping with dazzled sight, and carry it to the little enclosed garden whence we came, and place it on the short grass. Then the shadowy flowers fade, the walls waver and melt, and the houses disappear, and the solid town trembles into insubstantial shade round the light of the burning glowworm, steady and clear. The halt mark time in front. Rear fours cover. Company, halt. Order arms. Stand at ease. Stand easy. A sudden hush, and then the talk began with a mighty rush. You weren't ever in step, the sergeant. It wasn't my fault. Well, the Lord be praised, at least for a 10 minutes halt. We sat on a gate and watched the measing and shifting. Out of the distance a faint, keen breath came drifting from the sea behind the hills, and the hedges were salt. Where do you halt now? Under what hedge do you lie? Where the tall poplars are fringing the white French roads. And smoke I have not seen discolors the foreign sky. Is the company resting there as we rested together, stamping its feet and readjusting its loads and looking with wary eyes at the drooping weather? A hollow elm, what hast thou not withstood, tempest-despising tree, whose bleak and riven wood gapes now so hollowly? What rains have beaten thee through many years, what snows from off thy branches dripped like tears? Calmly thou standest now upon thy sunny mound, the first spring breezes flow past with sweet dizzy sound, yet on thy pollard top the branches few stand stiffly out, disdain to murmur to. The children at thy foot open new lighted eyes, where, on gnarled bark and root, the soft, warm sunshine lies. Dost thou, upon thine ancient sides, resent the touch of youth, quick and impermanent? These, at the beck of spring, live in the moment still, thy boughs unquivering, remembering winter's chill, and many other winters past and gone, are mocked, not cheated, by the transient sun. Hast thou so much withstood, tempest-despising tree, that now thy hollow wood stiffens disdainfully against the soft spring airs and soft spring rain, knowing too well that winter comes again? The return I now into hearts long empty of the sun. The morning comes again with golden light, and all the shades of the half-dusk are done, and all the crevices are suddenly bright. So gradually had love lain down to sleep, we knew it not, but when we saw his head pillowed and sunken in a trance so deep, we whispered shuddering that he was dead. Then you like Psyche took the light and leant over the monster lying in his place, daring, despairing, trembling as you bent. But love raised up his new awakening face, and into our hearts long empty of the sun we felt the sky distilled bright liquor run. Too, when love comes back that went in mist and cloud, he comes triumphant in his pomp and power. Voices that muttered long are glad and loud to mark the sweetness of the sudden hour. How could we live so long in that half-light? That opiate shadow, where the deadened nerves so soon forget how hills and winds are bright. That drugged and sleepy dusk, that only serves with false shades to conceal the emptiness of hearts whence love has stolen unawares. Where creeping doubts and dull sorrows press, and weariness with blind eyes gapes and stares. This was our state, but now a happy song rings through our inner sunlight all day long. 3. When that I lay in a mute agony, I nothing saw nor heard nor felt nor thought, the inner self, the quintessential me. In that blind hour beyond all sense was brought hard against pain. I had no body, no mind, naught but the point that suffers joy or loss, no eyes in sudden blackness to be blind, no brain for swift regrets to run across. But when you touched me, when your hot tears fell, the point that had been nothing else but pain changed into rapture by a miracle, in which all raptures known before were vain. Thus loss which bared the utmost shivering nerve for joy's precursor in the heart did serve. Clouds over this hill, the high clouds float all day and trail their long, soft shadows on the grass, and now above the meadows make delay, and now with regular, swift motion pass. Now comes a threatening drift from the southwest, in smoky colors dressed, that spills far out upon the checkered plain its burden of dark rain. Then hard behind a stately galleon sails onward with its piled and carven towers stiff sculptured like a heap of marble flowers, rigid, unaltering, a miracle of molded surfaces, whereon the light shines steadily, intolerably bright. Now on a livelier wind a wandering bell of delicate vapor comes, invisibly hung, like feathers from the seeding thistle, flung, and saunters wantonly far out of sight. O God, who fill st with shifting imagery the blue page of the sky, thus writ st thou also, with as vague a pen, in the immenser hearts of dreaming men. The rock pool, this is the sea. In these uneven walls a wave lies prisoned. Far and far away, outward to ocean, as the slow tide falls, her sisters, through the capes that hold the bay, dancing in lovely liberty recede. But lovely in captivity she lies, filled with soft colors, where the waving weed moves gently, and discloses to our eyes blurred shining veins of rock and lucent shells under the light-shot water, and here repose small quiet fish, and dimly glowing bells of sleeping sea anemones that close their tender fronds and will not now awake till on these rocks the waves returning break. The swimmers, the coves, a shining plate of blue and green, with darker belts between the trough and crest of the slow-rising swell, and the great rocks throw purple shadows down, where transient sunsparks wink and burst and drown, and glimmering pebbles lie too deep to tell, hidden or shining as the shadow wavers. And everywhere the restless sun-steeped air trembles and quavers, as though it were more saturate with light than it could bear. Now come the swimmers from slow-dripping caves, where the shy fern creeps under the veined roof, and wading out meet with glad breast the waves. One holds aloof, climbing alone the reef with shrinking feet, that scarce endure the jagged stone's dull beat, till on the edge he poises and flies to cleave the water, vanishing in wreaths of white, with echoing liquid noises, and swims beneath, a vague, distorted thing. Now all the other swimmers leave behind the crystal shallow and the foam-wet shore, and sliding into deeper water find a living coolness in the lifting flood, and through their bodies leaps the sparkling blood, so that they feel the faint earth's drought no more. There now they float, heads raised above the green, white bodies cloudily seen, farther and farther from the brazen rock, on which the hot air shakes, on which the tide fruitlessly throws with gentle, soundless shock the cool and lagging wave. Out, out they go, and now upon a mirrored cloud they ride, or turning over, with soft strokes and slow, slide on like shadows in a tranquil sky. Behind them, on the tall, parched cliff, the dry and dusty grasses grow in shallow ledges of the arid stone, starving for coolness and the touch of rain. But, though to earth they must return again, here come the soft sea airs to meet them, blown over the surface of the outer deep, scarce moving, staying, falling, straying, gone, light and delightful as the touch of sleep. One wakes and splashes round, and, as by magic, all the others wake from that sea dream, and now with rippling sound their rapid arms the enchanted silence break. And now again the crystal shallows take the gleaming beddies whose cool hour is done, they pause upon the beach, they pause and sigh, then vanish in the caverns one by one. Soon the wet footmarks on the stones are dry, the cove sleeps on beneath the unwavering sun. The storm, we wake to hear the storm come down, sudden on roof and pane, the thunder's loud and the hasty wind hurries the beating rain. The rain slackens, the wind blows gently, the gust grows gentle and stills, and the thunder, like a breaking stick, stumbles about the hills. The drops still hang on leaf and thorn, the downs stand up more green, the sun comes out again in power and the sky is washed and clean. Ch. Sawley, born 1895, killed in action 1915. German rain, the heat came down and sapped away my powers. The laden heat came down and drowned my brain, till through the weight of overcoming hours felt the rain. Then suddenly I saw what more to see I never thought, old things renewed, retrieved. The rain that fell in England fell on me, and I believed. All the hills and vales, all the hills and vales along earth is bursting into song, and the singers are the chaps who are going to die perhaps. Oh sing, marching men, till the valleys ring again. Give your gladness to earth's keeping, so be glad, when you are sleeping. Cast away regret and rue, think what you are marching to. Little live, great pass. Jesus Christ and Barabbas were found the same day. This died, that went his way. So sing with joyful breath. For why, you are going to death. Teeming earth will surely store all the gladness that you pour. Earth that never doubts nor fears, earth that knows of death, not tears, earth that bore with joyful ease hemlock for Socrates, earth that blossomed and was glad 'neath the cross that Christ had, shall rejoice and blossom too when the bullet reaches you. Wherefore, men marching on the road to death, sing. Pour your gladness on earth's head, so be merry, so be dead. From the hills and valleys earth shouts back the sound of mirth, tramp of feet and lilt of song ringing all the road along. All the music of their going, ringing swinging glad song throwing, earth will echo still, when foot lies numb and voice mute. On, marching men, on to the gates of death with song. Sow your gladness for earth's reaping, so you may be glad, though sleeping. Strew your gladness on earth's bed, so be merry, so be dead. James Stevens. Deirdre, do not let any woman read this verse, it is for men, and after them their sons and their sons' sons. The time comes when our hearts sink utterly, when we remember Deirdre and her tale, and that her lips are dust. Once she did tread the earth, men took her hand, they looked into her eyes and said their say, and she replied to them. More than 1,000 years it is since she was beautiful, she trod the waving grass, she saw the clouds. 1,000 years. The grass is still the same, the clouds as lovely as they were that time when Deirdre was alive. But there has never been a woman born who was so beautiful, not one so beautiful of all the women born. Let all men go apart and mourn together, no man can ever love her, not a man can ever be her lover. No man can bend before her, no man say, what could one say to her? There are no words that one could say to her. Now she is but a story that is told beside the fire. No man can ever be the friend of that poor queen. The goat paths, the crooked paths go every way upon the hill, they wind about through the heather in and out of the quiet sunniness. And there the goats, day after day, stray in sunny quietness, cropping here and cropping there, as they pause and turn and pass, now a bit of heather spray, now a mouthful of the grass. In the deeper sunniness, in the place where nothing stirs, quietly in quietness, in the quiet of the firs, for a time they come and lie staring on the roving sky. If you approach they run away, they leap and stare, away they bound, with a sudden angry sound, to the sunny quietude, crouching down where nothing stirs in the silence of the firs, crouching down again to brood in the sunny solitude. If I were as wise as they I would stray apart and brood, I would beat a hidden way through the quiet heather spray to a sunny solitude, and should you come I'd run away, I would make an angry sound, I would stare and turn and bound to the deeper quietude, to the place where nothing stirs in the silence of the firs. In that airy quietness I would think as long as they, through the quiet sunniness I would stray away to brood by a hidden beaten way in a sunny solitude. I would think until I found something I can never find, something lying on the ground, in the bottom of my mind. The 15 acres I cling and swing on a branch, or sing through the cool, clear hush of morning, oh, or fling my wing on the air, and bring to sleepier birds a warning, oh, that the night's in flight, and the sun's in sight, and the dew is the grass adorning, oh, and the green leaves swing as I sing, 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 up by the river, down the dell, to the little wee nest, where the big tree fell, so early in the morning. Oh, I flit and twit in the sun for a bit when his light so bright is shining, oh. or sit and fit my plumes, or knit straw plaids for the nest's nice lining. Oh, and she with glee shows unto me underneath her wings reclining. Oh, and I sing that Peg has an egg, 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 up by the oat field, round the mill past the meadow down the hill, so early in the morning. Oh, I stoop and swoop on the air, or loop through the trees, and then go soaring, oh, to group with a troop on the gusty poop while the wind behind is roaring. Oh, I skim and swim by a cloud's red rim and up to the azure flooring, oh, and my wide wings drip as I slip, slip, slip down through the raindrops, back where Peg broods in the nest on the little white egg so early in the morning. Oh, Edward Wyndham Tennant, born 1895. Killed in action 1916. Home thoughts in Laventy, green gardens in Laventy. Soldiers only know the street where the mud is churned and splashed about by battle-wending feet, and yet beside one stricken house there is a glimpse of grass. Look for it when you pass. Beyond the church whose pitted spire seems balanced on a strand of swaying stone and tottering brick, two roofless ruins stand, and here behind the wreckage where the back wall should have been we found a garden green. The grass was never trodden on, the little path of gravel was overgrown with celandine, no other folk did travel along its weedy surface, but the nimble-footed mouse running from house to house. So all among the vivid blades of soft and tender grass we lay, nor heard the limber wheels that pass and ever pass, in noisy continuity until their stony rattle seems in itself a battle. At length we rose up from this ease of tranquil happy mind, and searched the garden's little length of fresh pleasaunce to find, and there, some yellow daffodils and jasmine hanging high did rest the tired eye. The fairest and most fragrant of the many sweets we found, was a little bush of daphne flower upon a grassy mound, and so thick were the blossoms set and so divine the scent that we were well content. Hungry for spring I bent my head, the perfume fanned my face, and all my soul was dancing, in that lovely little place, dancing with a measured step from wrecked and shattered towns away, upon the downs. I saw green banks of daffodil, slim poplars in the breeze, great tan-brown hares in gusty March couching on the leas, and meadows with their glittering streams, and silver scurrying dace. Home, what a perfect place! Belgium, March, 1916. Edward Thomas, born 1877. Killed in action 1017. Aspens all day and night, save winter, every weather, above the inn, the smithy, and the shop, the aspens at the crossroads talk together of rain, until their last leaves fall from the top. Out of the blacksmith's cavern comes the ringing of hammer, shoe, and anvil, out of the inn the clink, the hum, the roar, the random singing, the sounds that for these 50 years have been. The whisper of the aspens is not drowned, and over lightless pane and footless road, empty as sky, with every other sound not ceasing, calls their ghosts from their abode. A silent smithy, a silent inn, not fails in the bare moonlight or the thick-furred gloom, in tempest or the night of nightingales, to turn the crossroads to a ghostly room. And it would be the same were no house near. Over all sorts of weather, men, and times, aspens must shake their leaves, and men may hear but need not listen, more than to my rhymes. Whatever wind blows, while they and I have leaves we cannot other than an aspen be that ceaselessly, unreasonably grieves, or so men think who like a different tree. The brook seated once by a brook, watching a child chiefly that paddled, I was thus beguiled. Mellow the blackbird sang and sharp the thrush not far off in the oak and hazel brush, unseen. There was a scent like honeycomb from mugwort dull. And down upon the dome of the stone the cart horse kicks against so oft a butterfly alighted. From aloft he took the heat of the sun, and from below, on the hot stone he perched contented so, as if never a cart would pass again that way, as if I were the last of men and he the first of insects to have earth and sun together and to know their worth. I was divided between him and the gleam, the motion, and the voices, of the stream, the waters running frizzled over gravel, that never vanish and forever travel. A grey flycatcher silent on a fence and I sat as if we had been there since the horseman and the horse lying beneath the fir-tree covered barrow on the heath, the horseman and the horse with silver shoes, galloped the downs last. All that I could lose I lost. And then the child's voice raised the dead. No one's been here before was what she said and what I felt, yet never should have found a word for, while I gathered sight and sound. The bridge I have come a long way today, on a strange bridge alone, remembering friends, old friends, I rest, without smile or moan, as they remember me without smile or moan. All are behind, the kind and the unkind too, no more tonight than a dream. The stream runs softly yet drowns the past, the dark-lit stream has drowned the future and the past. No traveller has rest more blessed than this moment brief between two lives, when the night's first lights and shades hide what has never been, things goodlier, lovelier, dearer, than will be or have been. Lights out I have come to the borders of sleep, the unfathomable deep forest where all must lose their way, however straight, or winding, soon or late, they cannot choose. Many a road and track that, since the dawn's first crack, up to the forest brink, deceived the travellers suddenly now blurs, and in they sink. Here love ends, despair, ambition ends, all pleasure and all trouble, although most sweet or bitter, here ends in sleep that is sweeter than tasks most noble. There is not any book or face of dearest look that I would not turn from now to go into the unknown I must enter and leave alone I know not how. The tall forest towers, its cloudy foliage lowers ahead, shelf above shelf, its silence I hear and obey that I may lose my way and myself. Words out of us all that make rhymes, will you choose sometimes, as the winds use a crack in the wall or a drain, their joy or their pain to whistle through, choose me, you English words. I know you. You are light as dreams, tough as oak, precious as gold, as poppies and corn, or an old cloak, sweet as our birds to the ear, as the linnet note in the heat of midsummer, strange as the races of dead and unborn, strange and sweet equally. And familiar, to the eye, as the dearest faces that a man knows, and as lost homes are, but though older far than oldest you, as our hills are, old, worn new again and again, young as our streams after rain, and as dear as the earth which you prove that we love. Make me content with some sweetness from Wales, whose nightingales have no wings, from Wiltshire and Kent and Herefordshire, and the villages there, from the names, and the things, no less. Let me sometimes dance with you, or climb or stand perchance in ecstasy, fixed and free in a rhyme, as poets do. Tall nettles cover up, as they have done these many springs, the rusty harrow, the plough long worn out, and the roller made of stone, only the elm butt tops the nettles now. This corner of the farmyard I like most, as well as any bloom upon a flower. I like the dust on the nettles, never lost except to prove the sweetness of a shower. The path running along a bank, a parapet that saves from the precipitous wood below the level road, there is a path. It serves children for looking down the long smooth steep, between the legs of beech and yew, to where a fallen tree checks the sight, while men and women content themselves with the road, and what they see over the bank, and what the children tell. The path, winding like silver, trickles on, bordered and ever invaded by thinnest moss that tries to cover roots and crumbling chalk with gold, olive, and emerald, but in vain. The children wear it. They have flattened the bank on top, and silvered it between the moss with the current of their feet, year after year. But the road is houseless, and leads not to school. To see a child is rare there, and the eye has but the road, the wood that overhangs and underins it, and the path that looks as if it led on to some legendary or fancied place where men have wished to go and stay, till, sudden, it ends where the wood ends. Swedes, they have taken the gable from the roof of clay on the long Swede pile. They have let in the sun to the white and gold and purple of curled fronds unsunned. It is a sight more tender gorgeous at the wood corner where winter moans and drips than when, in the valley of the tombs of kings, a boy crawls down into a pharaoh's tomb and, first of Christian men, beholds the mummy, god and monkey, chariot and throne and vase, blue pottery, alabaster, and gold. But dreamless long dead are menhood blighs. This is a dream of winter, sweet as spring. W. J. Turner romance. When I was but 13 or so I went into a golden land, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi took me by the hand. My father died, my brother too, they passed like fleeting dreams. I stood where Popocatépetl in the sunlight gleams. I dimly heard the master's voice and boys far off at play, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi had stolen me away. I walked in a great golden dream to and fro from school, shining Popocatépetl the dusty streets did rule. I walked home with a gold dark boy and never a word I'd say, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi had taken my speech away. I gazed entranced upon his face fairer than any flower, O shining Popocatépetl, it was thy magic hour. The houses, people, traffic seemed thin fading dreams by day, Chimborazo, Cotopaxi, they had stolen my soul away. The caves of Orphan he carved the red deer and the bull upon the smooth cave rock, returned from war with belly full, and scarred with many a knock, he carved the red deer and the bull upon the smooth cave rock. The stars flew by the cave's wide door, the clouds wild trumpets blew, trees rose in wild dreams from the floor, flowers with dream faces grew up to the sky, and softly hung golden and white and blue. The woman ground her heap of corn, her heart a guarded fire. The wind played in his trembling soul like a hand upon a lyre. The wind drew faintly on the stone symbols of his desire. The red deer of the forest dark, whose antlers cut the sky, that vanishes into the murk and like a dream flits by, and by an arrow slain at last is but the wind's dark body. The bull that stands in marshy lakes as motionless and still as a dark rock jutting from a plain without a tree or hill. The bull that is the sign of life, its somber, phallic will. And from the dead, white eyes of them the wind springs up anew, it blows upon the trembling heart, and bull and deer renew their flitting life in the dim past when that dead hunter drew. I sit beside him in the night, and, fingering his red stone, I chase through endless forests dark seeking that thing unknown, that which is not red deer or bull, but which by them was shown, by those stiff shapes in which he drew his soul's exalted cry, when flying down the forest dark he slew and knew not why, when he was filled with song, and strength flowed to him from the sky. The wind blows from red deer and bull, the clouds wild trumpets blare. Trees rise in wild dreams from the earth, flowers with dream faces stare. O hunter, your own shadow stands within your forest lair. Ecstasy I saw a frieze on whitest marble drawn of boys who sought for shells along the shore, their white feet shedding pallor in the sea, the shallow sea, the springtime sea of green that faintly creamed against the cold, smooth pebbles. The air was thin, their limbs were delicate. The wind had graven their small eager hands to feel the forests and the dark nights of Asia behind the purple bloom of the horizon, where sails would float and slowly melt away. Their naked, pure, and grave, unbroken silence filled the soft air as gleaming, limpid water fills a spring sky those days when rain is lying in shattered bright pools on the wind-dried roads, and their sweet bodies were wind-purified. One held a shell unto his shell-like ear and there was music carven in his face, his eyes half closed, his lips just breaking open to catch the lulling, mazy, coralline roar of numberless caverns filled with singing seas. And all of them were hearkening as to singing of far-off voices thin and delicate, voices too fine for any mortal mind to blow into the whirls of mortal ears, and yet those sounds flowed from their grave, sweet faces. And as I looked I heard that delicate music, and I became as grave, as calm, as still as those carved boys. I stood upon that shore, I felt the cool sea dream around my feet, my eyes were staring at the far horizon, and the wind came and purified my limbs, and the stars came and set within my eyes, and snowy clouds rested upon my shoulders, and the blue sky shimmered deep within me, and I sang like a carven pipe of music. Kentin War the pebbly brook is cold tonight, its water soft as air, a clear, cold, crystal-bodied wind shadowless and bare, leaping and running in this world where dark-horned cattle stare, hoof firm on the dark pavements of the sky, and trees are mummies swathed in sleep, and small dark hills crowd wearily, soft multitudes of snow-grey clouds without a sound march by. Down at the bottom of the road I smell the woody damp of that cold spirit in the grass, and leave my hilltop camp, its long gun pointing in the sky, and take the moon for lamp. I stop beside the bright cold glint of that thin spirit of the grass, so gay it is, so innocent. I watch its sparkling footsteps pass lightly from smooth round stone to stone, hid in the dew-hung grass. My lamp shines in the globes of dew, and leaps into that crystal wind running along the shaken grass to each dark hole that it can find. The crystal wind, the moon, my lamp, have vanished in a wood that's blind. High lies my shadowy camp, crowded about by small dark hills, with sudden small white flowers the sky above the wood's dark greenness fills, and hosts of dark-browed, muttering trees entrance the white moon stills. I move among their tall grey forms, a thin moon glimmering, wandering ghost, who takes his lantern through the world in search of life that he has lost, while watching by that long lean gun upon his small hill post. Death, when I am dead, a few poor souls shall grieve as I grieved for my brother long ago. Scarce did my eyes grow dim, I had forgotten him, I was far off hearing the spring winds blow, and many summers burned when, though still reeling with my eyes aflame, I heard that faded name whispered one spring amid the hurrying world from which, years gone, he turned. I looked up at my windows and I saw the trees, thin spectres sucked forth by the moon. The air was very still above a distant hill, it was the hour of night's full silver moon. "Oh, art thou there, my brother?" my soul cried, and all the pale stars down bright rivers wept, as my heart sadly crept about the empty hills, bathed in that light that lapped him when he died. Ah! It was cold, so cold, do I not know how dead my heart on that remembered day? Clear in a faraway place I see his delicate face just as he called me from my solitary play, giving into my hands a tiny tree. We planted it in the dark, blossomless ground gravely, without a sound, then back I went and left him standing by his birthday gift to me. In that far land perchance it quietly grows, drinking the rain, making a pleasant shade. Birds in its branches fly out of the fathomless sky where worlds of circling light arise and fade. Blindly it quivers in the bright flood of day, or drowned in multitudinous shouts of rain glooms o'er the dark veiled plain. Buried below, the ghost that's in his bones dreams in the sodden clay. And, while he faded, drunk with beauty's eyes, I kissed bright girls and laughed deep in dumb trees, that stared fixed in the air like madmen in despair, gaped up from earth with the escaping breeze. I saw earth's exaltation slowly creep out of their myriad sky-embracing veins. I laughed along the lanes, meeting death riding in from the hollow seas through black-wreathed woods asleep. I laughed, I swaggered on the cold, hard ground, through the grey air trembled a falling wave. Thou art pale, O death! I cried, mocking him in my pride, and passing I dreamed not of that lonely grave, but of leaf maidens whose pale, moon-like hands above the tree foam waved in the icy air, sweeping with shining hair through the green-tinted sky. One moment fled out of immortal lands. One windless autumn night the moon came out in a white sea of cloud, a field of snow, in darkness shaped of trees. I sank upon my knees and watched her shining. From the small wood below, faintly death flickered in an owl's far cry. We floated soundless in the great gulf of space, her light upon my face. Immortal, shining in that dark wood I knelt and knew I could not die. And knew I could not die, O death, didst thou heed my vain glory, standing pale by thy dead? There is a spirit who grieves amid earth's dying leaves, wast he thou that wept beside my brother's bed? For I did never mourn nor heed at all him passing on his temporal elmwood bier, I never shed a tear. The drooping sky spread grey-winged through my soul, while stones and earth did fall. That sound rings down the years, I hear it yet, all earthly life's a winding funeral, and though I never wept, but into the dark coach stepped, dreaming by night to answer the blood's sweet call, she who stood there, high-breasted, with small wise lips, and gave me wine to drink and bread to eat, has not more steadfast feet, but fades from my arms as fade from mariners' eyes the sea's most beauteous ships. The trees and hills of earth were once as close as my own brother, they are becoming dreams and shadows in my eyes, more dimly lies Squire deep in my soul, the coastline gleams faintly along the darkening crystalline seas. Glimmering and lovely still, 'twill one day go, the surging dark will flow over my hopes and joys, and blot out all earth's hills and skies and trees. I shall look up one night and see the moon for the last time shining above the hills, and thou, silent, wilt ride over the dark hillside. 'Twill be, perchance, the time of daffodils. How come those bright immortals in the woods? Their joy being young, didst thou not drag them all into dark graves ere fall? Shall life thus haunt me, wondering, as I go to thy deep solitudes? There is a figure with a downturned torch carved on a pillar in an olden time, a calm and lovely boy who comes not to destroy but to lead age back to its golden prime. Thus did an antique sculptor draw thee, Death, with smooth and beauteous brow and faint sweet smile, nor haggard, gaunt and vile, and thou perhaps art him to whom men may unvexed give up their breath. But in my soul thou sittest like a dream among earth's mountains, by her dim-colored seas, a wild unearthly shape in thy dark glimmering cape, piping a tune of wavering melodies. Thou sittest, thou sittest at the feast of my brief life among earth's bright wreathed flowers, stemming the dancing hours with somber gleams until abrupt, thou risest and all, at once, is ceased. Soldiers in a small camp. There is a camp upon a rounded hill where men do sleep more closely to the stars, and tree-like shapes stand at its entrances, beside the small, dark, shadow soldiery. Deep in the gloom of days of isolation, withdrawn, high up from the low, murmuring town, those shadows sit, drooping around their fires, or move as winds dark waving in a wood. Staring at cattle on a neighboring hill, they are oblivious as is stone or grass. The clouds passed voiceless over, and the sun rose, and lit trees, and vanished utterly. Then in the awful beauty of the world, when stars are singing in dark ecstasy, those ox-like soldiers sit collected round a thin, metallic echo of human song, and click their feet and clap their hands in time, and wag their heads, and make the white ghost owl flit from its branch, but still those tree-like shapes stand like archangels dark-winged in the sky. And presently the soldiers cease to stir, the thin voice sinks and all at once is dead. They lie down on their planks and hear the wind, and feel the darkness fumbling at their souls. They lie in rows as stiff as tombs or trees. their eyeballs imageless, like marble still, and secretly they feel that roof and walls are gone and that they stare into the sky. It is so black, so black, so black, so black. Those black-winged shapes have stretched across the world, have swallowed up the stars, and if the sun rises again, it will be black, black, black. A ritual dance the dance in the black glitter of night. The grey vapor forest lies a dark ghost in the water, motionless, dark, like a corpse by the bank fallen, and hopelessly rotting where the thin silver soul of the stars silently dances. The flowers are closed, the birds are carved on the trees, when out of the forest glide hundreds of spear-holding shadows, in smooth dark ivory bodies, their eyeballs gleaming, forming a gesturing circle beneath the moon. The bright-eyed shadows, the tribe in ritual gathered, are dancing and howling, the embryo soul of a nation, in loud drum-beating monotonous. The tightly stretched skins of oxen that stared at the stars are singing wild paeans for food that magically grew in the clearings when he that was slain was buried and is resurrected. And a green mist arose from the mud and shone in the moon, a great delirium of faces, a new generation. The thin wafer moon, it is there in the sky, the hand-linked circle raise faces of mad exaltation. Dance, O you hunters, leap madly upon the flung shields, shoot arrows into the sky, thin moon seeking needles. Now you shall have a harvest, a bellyful rapture. There shall be many fat women, full grown, and smoother than honey, their limbs like ivory rounded, and firm as a berry, their lips full of food and their eyes full of hunger for men. The heat of the earth arises, a faint love mist one with over-desiring, and in the marshes blindly the mud stirs, clouding the dark shining water, and troubling the still soft swarms of fallen stars. There is bright sweat upon the bodies of cattle, great vials of life motionless in the moonlight, breathing faint mists over the warm, damp ground, and the cry of a dancer rings through the shadowy forest. The tiger is seeking his mate and his glassy eyes are purple and shot with starlight in the grass shining, the fiery grass tortured out of the mud and writhing under the sun, now shivering and pale in the moon. The shadows are dancing, 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 dancing. The grey vapor amice of the forest lie dreaming around them. The cold, shining moonlight falls from their bodies and faces, but caught in their eyes lies prisoned and faintly gleaming, and they return to their dwellings within the grey forest, into their dark huts, burying the moonlight with them, burying the trees and the stars and the flowing river, and the glittering spears, and their dark, evocative gestures. 2. Sleep hollow the world in the moonlit hour when the birds are shadows small, lost in the swarm of giant leaves and myriad branches tall, when vast thick boughs hang across the sky like solid limbs of night, dug from still quarries of grey-black air by the pale transparent light, and the purple and golden blooms of the sun, each crimson and spotted flower, are folded up or have faded away, as the still intangible power floats out of the sky, falls shimmering down, a silver shadowy bloom, on the spear-pointed forest a fragile crown, in the solar soft, bright gloom, hollow the world when the shadow of man lies prone and still on its floor, and the moonlight shut from his empty heart weeps softly against his door, and his terror and joy but a little dream in the corner of his house, and his voice dead in the darkness mid the twittering of a mouse. 3. Hollow the world. Hollow the world, and its dancers shadow grey, and the moon a silver shadowy bloom fading and fading away, and the forest's grey vapour, and all the trees shadows against the sky, and the soul of man and his ecstasies a night forgotten cry. Hollow the world. Hollow the world. Iolo Aneurin Williams from a Flemish graveyard January 1915. A year hence may the grass that waves o'er Englishmen in Flemish graves, coating this clay with green of peace and softness of a year's increase, be kind and lithe as English grass to bend and not as the winds pass. It was for grass on English hills these bore too soon the last of ills. And may the wind be brisk and clean, and singing cheerfully between the bents a pleasant burdened song to cheer these English dead along, for English songs and English winds are they that bred these English minds. And may the circumstantial trees dip, for these dead ones, in the breeze, and make for them their silver play of spangled boughs each shiny day. Thus may these look above, and see and hear the wind in grass and tree, and watch a lark in heaven stand, and think themselves in their own land. A monument, after an ancient fashion, traveller, turn a mournful eye where my lady's ashes lie. If thou hast a sweet thine own pity me, that am alone, yet, if thou no lover be, nor hast been, I'll pity thee. Francis Brett Young Song of the Dark Ages. We digged our trenches on the down beside old barrows, and the wet white chalk we shovelled from below, it lay like drifts of thawing snow on parados and parapet, until a pick neither struck flint nor split the yielding chalky soil, but only calcined human bone, poor relic of that age of stone whose ossuary was our spoil. Home we marched singing in the rain, and all the while, beneath our song, I mused how many springs should wane and still our trenches scar the plain, the monument of an old wrong. But then, I thought, the fair green sod will wholly cover that white stain, and soften, as it clothes the face of those old barrows, every trace of violence to the patient plain. And careless people, passing by will speak of both in casual tone, saying, you see the toil they made the age of iron, pick and spade, here jostles with the age of stone. Yet either from that happier race will merit but a passing glance, and they will leave us both alone, poor savages who wrought in stone, poor savages who fought in France. Beat humane riding through Rahu swamp, about sunrise, I saw the world awake, and as the ray touched the tall grasses where they sleeping lay, lo, the bright air alive with dragonflies, with brittle wings aquiver, and great eyes piloting crimson bodies, slender and gay. I aimed at one, and struck it, and it lay broken and lifeless, with fast fading dyes. Then my soul sickened with a sudden pain and horror, at my own careless cruelty, that in an idle moment I had slain a creature whose sweet life it is to fly, like beasts that prey with tooth and claw. Nay, they must slay to live, but what excuse had I? The gift marching on Tanger, marching the parched plain of wavering spear grass past Pangani River, England came to me who had always ta'en but never given before, England, the giver, in a vision of 3 poplar trees that shiver on still evenings of summer, after rain, by Slapton Lea, where reed beds start and quiver when scarce a ripple moves the upland grain. Then I thanked God that now I had suffered pain and, as the parched plain, thirst, and lain awake shivering all night through till cold daybreak, in that I count these sufferings my gain and her acknowledgment. Nay, more, would fain suffer as many more for her sweet sake. The leaning elm before my window, in days of winter hoar huddled a mournful wood, smooth pillars of beech, domed chestnut, sycamore, in stony sleep they stood, but you, unhappy elm, the angry west had chosen from the rest, flung broken on your brother's branches bare, and left you leaning there so dead that when the breath of winter cast wild snow upon the blast, the other living branches, downward bowed, shook free their crystal shroud and shed upon your blackened trunk beneath their livery of death. On windless nights between the beechen bars I watched cold stars throb whitely in the sky, and dreamily wondered if any life lay locked in thee, if still the hidden sap secretly moved as water in the icy winter-born floweth unheard, and half I pitied you your trance forlorn, you could not hear, I thought, the voice of any bird, the shadowy cries of bats in dim twilight or cool voices of owls crying by night. Hunting by night under the horned moon, yet half I envied you your wintry swoon, till, on this morning mild, the sun, new risen steals from his misty prison, the frozen fallows glow, the black trees shaken in a clear flood of sunlight vibrating awaken, and lo, your ravaged whole, beyond belief slenderly fledged anew with tender leaf as pale as those twin veins that break at last in a tiny fan above the black beech mast where no blade springeth green but pallid bells of the shy helleborine. What is this ecstasy that overwhelms the dreaming earth? See, the embrowned elms crowding purple distances warm the depths of the wood. A newborn wind tosses their tassels brown, his white clouds dapple the down, into a green flame bursting the hedgerows stand. Soon, with banners flying, spring will walk the land. There is no day for thee, my soul, like this, no spring of lovely words. Nay, even the kiss of mortal love that maketh man divine this light cannot outshine, nay, even poets, they whose frail hands catch the shadow of vanishing beauty, may not match this leafy ecstasy. Sweet words may cull such magical beauty as time may not destroy, but we, alas, are not more beautiful. We cannot flower in beauty as in joy. We sing, our mused words are sped, and then poets are only men who age, and toil, and sicken. This maimed tree may stand in leaf when I have ceased to be. Prothalamion, when the evening came my love said to me, let us go into the garden now that the sky is cool. The garden of black hellebore and rosemary where wild woodruff spills in a milky pool. Lo, we passed in the twilight, for the wavering heat of day had waned, and round that shaded plot of secret beauty the thickets clustered sweet. Here is heaven, our hearts whispered, but our lips spake not. Between that old garden and seas of lazy foam gloomy and beautiful alleys of trees arise with spire of cypress and dreamy beechen dome, so dark that our enchanted sight knew nothing but the skies veiled with a soft air, drenched in the rose's musk or the dusky, dark carnation's breath of clove, no stars burned in their deeps, but through the dusk I saw my love's eyes, and they were brimmed with love. No star their secret ravished, no wasting moon mocked the sad transience of those eternal hours, only the soft unseeing heaven of June, the ghosts of great trees, and the sleeping flowers. For doves that crooned in the leafy noonday now were silent, the nightjar sought his secret covers, nor even a mild sea whisper moved a creaking bough. Was ever a silence deeper made for lovers? Was ever a moment meeter made for love? Beautiful are your close lips beneath my kiss, and all your yielding sweetness beautiful. Oh, never in all the world was such a night as this. Index Lascelles Abercrombie, Marriage Song, 3 Epilogue, 10 Martin Armstrong, The Buzzards, 19 Maurice Baring, De Fugia Nives, 1917, 23 Julian Grenfell, 26 Pierre, 27 Hilaire Belloc, The South Country, 31 The Night, 34 Song, 35 The False Heart, 36 Hanacre Mill, 1913, 37 Tarantella, 38 On a Dead Hostess, 40 Edmund Blunden, Almswomen, 43 Gleaning, 46 Gordon Bottomley, The Ploughman, 53 Babel, The Gate of the God, 55 The End of the World, 60 Atlantis, 63 New Year's Eve, 1913, 65 To Iron Founders and Others, 67 Rupert Brooke, Sonnet, 71 The Soldier, 72 The Treasure, 73 The Great Lover, 74 Clouds, 78 The Old Vicarage, Grantchester, 79 The Busy Heart, 85 Dining Room Tea, 86 Francis Burroughs, The Prayer to Demeter, 91 The Giant's Dirge, 92 The Unforgotten, 94 The Well, 96 Egyptian, 97 Life, 98 A Y Campbell, Animula Vagula, 101 A Bird, 102 The Dromedary, 103 The Panic, 104 G. K. Chesterton, Wine and Water, 107 The Rolling English Road, 109 The Secret People, 112 From the Ballad of the White Horse, 117 Padraic Colum, The Old Woman of the Roads, 127 Francis Cornford, Autumn Evening, 131 Watts H. Davies, Days Too Short, 135 The Example, 136 The East in Gold, 137 The Happy Child, 138 A Great Time, 139 The White Cascade, 140 In May, 141 Thunderstorms, 142 Sweet Stead Home, 143 Edward L. Davison, The Trees, 147 In This Dark House, 148 Walter de la Mare, The Listeners, 153 Arabia, 155 Music, 157 The Scribe, 158 The Ghost, 160 Clear Eyes, 161 Farewell, 162 All That's Past, 163 The Song of the Mad Prince, 164 John Drinkwater, Birthright, 167 Moonlit Apples, 168 R.C.K. Enza, Ode to Reality, 171 James Elroy Flecker, Reoperas, 177 War Song of the Saracens, 178 The Old Ships, 180 Stillness, 182 RTR, 183 The Queen's Song, 185 Brumana, 187 Hyoli, 190 The Golden Journey to Samarkand, Prologue, 193 Epilogue, 194 Robin Flower, La Vie Cerebrale, 201 The Pipes, 203 Say Not That Beauty, 205 John Freeman, The Wakers, 209 The Body, 211 Stone Trees, 214 More Than Sweet, 216 Waking, 217 The Chair, 220 The Stars in Their Courses, 223 Shadows, 227 Robert Graves, Star Talk, 231 To Lucasta on Going to the Wars, 233 Not Dead, 235 In the Wilderness, 236 Neglectful Edward, 238 Julian Grenfell, To a Black Greyhound, 243 Into Battle, 244 Ivor Gurney, To the Poet Before Battle, 249 Song of Pain and Beauty, 250 Ralph Hodgson, Eve, 253 The Bull, 256 The Song of Honor, 264 Reason Has Moons, 273 James Joyce, Strings in the Earth, 277 I Hear an Army, 278 D. H. Lawrence, Service of All the Dead, 281 Francis Ledwidge, In France, 285 Thomas MacDonough, 286 In September, 287 Rose Macaulay, Trinity Sunday, 291 Thomas MacDonough, Inscription on a Ruin, 295 The Night Hunt, 296 John Masefield, CLM, 301 What Am I, Life, 303 Harold Monroe, Journey, 307 Solitude, 311 Milk for the Cat, 312 Sturge Moore, Sent from Egypt, 317 A Spanish Picture, 325 A Duet, 328 The Gazelles, 329 Robert Nichols, 2. 339 Farewell to Place of Comfort, 340 The Full Heart, 342 The Tower, 343 Fulfillment, 347 The Sprig of Lime, 348 Seumas O'Sullivan, The Twilight People, 355 Wilfred Owen, Strange Meeting, 359 Joseph Plunkett, I See His Blood Upon the Rose, 363 Siegfried Sassoon, In the Pink, 367 The Deathbed, 368 Counter-Attack, 370 Dreamers, 373 Everyone Sang, 374 Edward Shanks, A Night Piece, 377 The Glowworm, 379 The Halt, 381 A Hollow Elm, 382 The Return, 384 Clouds, 386 The Rock Pool, 387 The Swimmers, 388 The Storm, 391 Ch. Sorley, German Rain, 395 All the Hills and Vales, 396 James Stevens, Deirdre, 401 The Goat Paths, 403 The 15 Acres, 405 Edward Wyndham Tennant, Homo Thoughts in Laventy, 409 Edward Thomas, Aspens, 415 The Brook, 417 The Bridge, 419 Lights Out, 420 Words, 422 Tall Nettles, 425 The Path, 426 Swedes, 427 Watts J. Turner, Romance, 431 The Caves of Orphan, 433 Ecstasy, 436 Kent in War, 438 Death, 440 Soldiers in a Small Camp, 446 A Ritual Dance, 448 Iolo Aneurin Williams, From a Flemish Graveyard, 455 A Monument, 457 Francis Brett Young, Song of the Dark Ages, 461 Beat Humane, 463 The Gift, 464 The Leaning Elm, 465 Pruthalamion, 468. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook selections from Modern Poets. Updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty. Disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116. 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, We know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.